Hi, I've been muted this whole time? No, I've been talking for like 12 minutes. That's embarrassing. Cool, love that for me. Um, Hi, Jay. Thank you for letting me know. Cool. I did a lot of updates in that talking. Let's go through it quickly. Yes, let's go through it quickly. Hi, it is Valentine's Day. If you want to be here and be my Valentine, cool, great. Love that for us. Um Valentine's Day is not just for romantic relationship, it's also platonic relationships and also for yourself. So if you are someone that's like, I feel lonely today, that is okay. That is valid. But like, you can also go out and treat yourself or something. You could go get your favorite meal. Hi, sorry. No, it's okay. It's okay, EJ. It's okay. It's my fault. I added. It's because I added my mic to the beginning, like starting stream soon, like panel, and I had to mute it there. So then when I transition over, it like no longer, like it wasn't live. This is another thing I talked about while I was muted. Okay. I feel off today, mostly because I'm doing a little bit more physical activity than I have been. So basically I've been dancing and or moving and or inhaling fumes from costuming since Friday. Since Friday. I've danced and or moved and or consumed or not consumed, inhaled stuff a lot more. I taught my 2 classes Friday. I taught. Did I teach you? Yeah, I taught 2 classes on Saturday. I did a makeup class on Sunday. Yesterday was a full day of me just like inhaling fumes from costuming. And then Tuesday I taught my class and did a subbing, and like today I'm just like blah. Blah, blah, blah. That's how I feel. If you look back in this video at the beginning of when I first talking, oh my god, that's gonna look so cringe. Oh my god, that's gonna look so bad because I was talking about how I feel, and I think I went and now I'm just trying to figure out in my head, what does that look like without any sound on? It's gonna sound crazy. I already know it's gonna sound crazy. It's gonna sound insane. But you know what? It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. What else? What else? What else did I talk about? Oh, I also I have not been keeping track of my nutrition counts this week. So that's not been good. And so it also is hindering my energy levels right now. So that's why I'm saying that we're going to do a reaction. We're starting off a reaction, but then we're gonna start Doki Doki Literature Club, see where we end off on, and then if I start losing steam, I might then be like, okay, we're gonna finish the rest of this tomorrow, and then finish off with Coral Island. Also, this week I have a performance this week, so I cannot stream Friday and Saturday. So I will not be streaming Friday or Saturday this week. Normally I try to get like a tiny stream on Friday and then another tiny stream on Saturday. Like, it's not even a possibility right now. Like, there's no way. But yeah, so that's a thing that's gonna be happening. But next week, starting Wednesday, I will then be able to catch you up on all the stuff and the shenanigans that happened at my performance. I also have, from what it sounds like, I have a surplus of students that are going to be coming to this performance, which makes me excited, but also makes me very anxious. Because my costume's a little... It's just a little it's a little much. There's a lot going on. And have I fully practiced the full entire dance with the whole costume on yet? No, because half of it is drying right now. And that's not good. Anyways, what else? Oh, I talked about eating. I talked about a lot of eating. Okay. I had a small setback with the potato soup, unfortunately, in the sense that I ate it on Sunday night, and I tried to, like, I tried to, like, challenge myself. Haha, those are words. I tried to challenge myself by eating, like, putting a big chunk of potato in my mouth and, like, try to then mush it up to eat it like that. But that caused a panic attack, and it caused a little bit of something else too. But then I went back and finished, and I ate the rest of it. But it took me like 2 hours when I was like eating the soup in like 45 minutes. So that kind of sucked. Then because of that, when I went back to eat it on Monday night, because once again, I had consumed so many fumes through my nose and through into my system. I didn't realize I hadn't really eaten anything until it got to like midnight. So then I'm like, let me eat the soup now. And then I just didn't have the mental capacity to eat it and also not push myself to cause another attack. So I ate like half of it, and then I had to unfortunately get rid of the rest. Once all muted, I talked about how I felt really sad this week because my partner had to go into our fridge and start throwing away some of my food, which is considered my food. Like, what I'll only, like, the only reason why it's in the household is because of me, because I eat it. And that made me sad too. It's just been a very emotional week for me. And, like, it's the worst week for me to have my period, let's be honest. But I think yesterday, or I think today, I think it might be ending today, hopefully. I want it to be done. I have my medicine on. So hopefully it will stop soon. But anyways, yeah, so that's a lot of just jabbering, me just yapping, me just talking away, me just saying words to you. Happy Valentine's Day, BISH. I'm joking. Happy Valentine's Day. Once again, this day is for you. It doesn't have to be for a partner. Go do something fun. Do a hobby. Go ride a bike. Go get some bubble tea or sushi. Go get sushi. Oh my god, go get sushi and then tell me how good the sushi was, because that sounds like I miss sushi. EJ, who's in the chat, who's lurking right now, me and EJ, that was our thing. We would meet together and get sushi, and I very much miss that quality time with them. I miss them in general. But anyways, let's get it started. So we are starting with a reaction. That is the goal today. It's starting with a reaction and then ending with starting to play through Doki Doki. And once again, if I do not have the energy to finish it, we will be starting that again then on Thursday, tomorrow. Let me look up Rotten Mingle. Okay. Let's see. But nope, I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. Okay, sorry. I went to, let me make it so that you guys can see what I'm saying. Hold on. Yeah, I think it's this one. Properties. Sorry, I literally straight up said out loud, I'm like, I'm not touching the Epstein cases with a 10-foot pole. Like, we ain't doing that right now. We're not doing that. Most evil charity. Oh, also, that's another thing. We are at 32 people subbed to my channel, which is fucking crazy. Once we hit 35, I'm gonna be doing a long ass stream, a 9 a.m. to a 9 p.m. stream, and we are gonna have it associated with a charity. And if when we hit like certain goals with that charity, there will be like random things I will have to do. Like what? Like I've been really debating on like funny things that I could do for that, and I think like one of them would be funny if like every like $5 or every like $5 like we hit like raising money for this charity, I have to put I'll have to put like a random not a random word. I was like thinking about doing like a random word, or like just like literally doing like I have to like stick something to me, like a sticker or like something like that. Like I have these like heart stickers. Like how obnoxious would it be? Like I would have to like put another one on my face for every $5, so I just have a face full of random hearts. I don't know. I've been trying to figure out things. At one point I was like, yeah, like oh my god, what if I miss sushi. Yeah, I miss sushi days too. But yeah, no, or like I have someone come in and like pop a water balloon over my head. I don't know. I was trying to figure out something funny that I could do that could like be initiative to like people to donate money for a charity. I also still haven't picked a charity, but once we hit 35, we'll like schedule that shit. Anyways, also, Epstein, we're not touching these right now. I do not have the mental capacity to even talk about these humans right now. Anyways, most evil charity, children charity selling students to rich. So he has Epstein before his time. Cool, hate that. She exposed famous soccer player disappeared, allegedly fed to his dogs. So it's the final interview. She never left the couch. I don't know. You wanna say? The most hated teens in China. They seduced 50 men. 2 Japanese most notorious female killers despise each other in, what is it? In prison because of a man. Oh. Sorry. You know what's always crazy about whenever I do Rotten Mango reactions is literally I like will keep the background music of Animal Crossing going, and it's like so like cute, and then I'm reading out the most like horrible titles of these videos, like a elite Korean matchmaking service for ultra wealthy ends with marriage, incest, and murder. Like Actually, you know what? I feel like this would be an appropriate one for today, because it's talking about matchmaking service. It's Valentine's Day. People like talk about couple shit all day long. I feel like this would be a good one for today, but also at the same time, wealthy ends with marriage, incest, and murder. Like, how did we get from point A to point B? How did we go from matchmaking wealthy people to like incest and murder? Like, how do 2 + 2 = 4? How's that happening now? Being an international spy. Oh, okay, sorry. I got distracted by another title. We've already seen this one. This would have been a good one for today, too. Flying pan murder. What the frack? Okay, sorry. I feel like that's a good one for today, right? I feel like that makes sense. Bloodbath at sea, please? What is it? Bloodbath? I didn't even see that one. Where's Bloodbath at sea? Is it an older one? Unless it's up here. Hold on. I haven't read through all the titles. Once again, Epstein, we're not even fucking touching that today. Korean woman melted into the cow. That sounds insane. Bloodbath at sea. Okay. Wait. 33 crew members went deep sea squid hunting turned mad and started hunting each other? Hunting each other? So is this like a Donner Party situation where they like literally just starts was wild? Okay, maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do that one. I was gonna try to stick on the theme, but like if two people are like vouching that saying like this one's kind of crazy, maybe we'll do this one. Cause like we're also, you know, we are technically playing a dating sim. I know it's a scare. Okay, also to preferences, yes, I am like several years late on this whole Doki Doki Literature Club like playthrough. I will say I haven't seen anyone play it before, but I do know a little bit of the ending. I know like things are literally going insane at the end, and I know it's a lot of trigger warnings in that. So I'm already like warning everyone. There's trigger warnings for that shit because like it's I know that some of it gets very dark. I just don't know in what context it gets dark, and also I just like I don't because once again I didn't play and I didn't see anyone's playthrough. I just know the ending is like it's not like meta, but like it's crazy, like it's weird, like it's a weird one. It's just a weird game. But I know it's a dating sim also. Like you're technically trying to date these girls in the literature club, I guess. Anyways, let's do this one then. Yeah, let's do this one. I'm gonna press this. Hold on. Before you do that, Ron Mango, I want to be able to see chat too, but it's not updating on my phone right now. How should I do this? Okay, can I, okay, hold on. Ugh, I want to update on my phone. Hold on, I'm gonna try to get this set up on my phone and then we'll press play. Okay, there it is. If I go sideways, will you keep it there, please? Okay. It looks like it updated on my phone. I will periodically be like touching that. Obviously, whenever I pause it, I will probably pull up chat as well to see if anyone said anything and like talk about it. Because I'm working on literally one monitor. I have one monitor here. Also, wait, I don't even think I said properly hello to Doreen. Hello, Doreen. I don't think I've seen you here before, unless... I also have horrible memory. I've had too many concussions. My memory is dog shit now. But real quick, let's make sure desktop audio is up so we can hear Stephanie's voice and the video well. That's good. Let's get going. I'm gonna open this. And let's see what this one's about. So once again, this is 33 crew members went deep sea squid hunting, turned mad, and started hunting each other. Oh no. Let's get it.
Bada bing, bada boo.
Bada bing, bada boom.
The deep sea liner 2682 was heading straight for the port in Shandong, China.
Okay.
The giant vessel measures to be about 131 feet long. It was
That
built
sucker's
with the
crazy.
intention of withstanding all sorts of water and storms out at sea for extended periods amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the type of ship that goes into the deep waters for years, does not come back except only to fuel up. It's a little bit strange that the ship is coming home so early. The original plan for this vessel was a 2-year-long expedition, departing from China, going all the way to Peru, going around South America for a while, before finally, slowly, making its way through Japan and back to China in the Pacific Ocean.
Okay.
The trip was supposed to last 2 years.
Oh,
now, for
shit.
some reason, the deep sea liner 2682 makes it all the way to Peru, and then abruptly they decide to turn around and come back home just 8 months out at sea.
Oh.
Nobody knew the real reason on why they decided to come back so early. Just that something very bad must have happened on that boat. It was made pretty clear to anyone on the docks waiting that this was not a situation of everyone just being homesick.
Okay.
There was a major rainstorm the day that the ship was coming back, and everyone that was gathered by the docks, they had these flimsy little umbrellas that were basically flipping upside down, and they're getting drenched in rain, just waiting for this ship. There's this really strong sense of uneasiness.
Oh, no.
Anxiety. There were confused family members of passengers that were just standing around like, I don't know what's going on. Why are they coming home? There were men in suits who worked for the company that owned the ship. They're confused.
They're probably pissed.
12 police cars were also waiting for the ship's arrival. There are so many questions.
Yeah, why?
Why do there need to be so many police officers showing up for a random boat coming home early?
Yeah.
And it's frustrating because when you see a boat that big docking, you see the boat. You feel like it should be here any moment now. You feel like you can scream and talk to the people on the boat. But it actually takes about 1.5 to 2 hours to dock a boat that size.
That makes sense.
So for 2 hours, the family
'Cause it's
members are
huge.
just standing there, cold, wet, drenched, and confused. The second that the ship docks, family members are strictly prohibited from talking to their loved ones that they have not seen in 8 months.
Oh.
The passengers of this boat, they're brought out one by one, handcuffed. Their heads are shoved into separate police cars, and they're whisked away.
Oh, shit.
People waiting at
They're
the port,
investigating.
they're trying to ask questions like, what the hell is going on? But the police just ignore them. They get into their squad cars, and they drive off. Clearly, this is not a situation of there being a technical issue with the boat.
Yeah.
Or somebody falling ill. It didn't look like some sort of innocent fuel shortage problem either. Just as quickly as the police escorts the passengers away, men in full hazmat suits and goggles, the whole 9 yards.
They're going to clean up bodies. They're the cleanup crew. That's what it is. They're gonna go get the body parts, and the people start hunting each other. If there's cannibalism message in this, that's gonna be insane too. Like, I don't want to think about that, because then they have to like also look at the actual people and like look to see who consumed someone. Like, they have to like analyze, like they have to get specimens from them and things like that. Like, that's gonna be crazy. Oh wait, it did update. Sorry. Yay, I'm catching around to make it live. Oh, thank you, Kendall, for like being here just the amount of time that you are. Thank you. And also happy Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day. Yep. Oh God. Yeah. No, they're getting the people. The eating. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I'm glad you're catching it live, and that like you are here and you're down for whatever the fuck that's gonna happen on this boat. Jesus Lord. Gah.
They show up. Forensic teams board the ship and spray the entire vessel with luminol, which I'm sure you guys have seen in crime shows and movies. It's a chemical compound that you spray onto a surface. It detects blood.
Oh, yeah.
Even if someone tries to clean up said blood, it can detect blood that has been diluted 10,000 times.
Yeah.
Once it comes in contact with blood, it starts to glow this pale blue fluorescent color. Mm-hmm. The whole ship started to glow. Like some sort of like badly edited Halloween haunted ship movie.
But it's actual blood.
There was so much, quote, cleaned up blood on the boat. It looked like someone had filled up water balloons with blood and just threw them at the walls of this ship. Threw them on the beds, the deck, the cabins.
That's a very
Every
weird
square inch
analogy
that
of
ship
water
looked
balloons
like
full
there
of
had been
blood.
Stairwells, communication rooms, kitchen, some of the beds were completely drenched in blood to the point where the mattress, it was spongy. But you really didn't need a forensic team to even tell you that something very bad happened on the boat.
Is there bodies
It's just
still?
a numbers game. When the ship embarked on its journey, December 27th, 2010, there were 33 passengers on the ship.
Okay.
8 months later, the ship would arrive home early with only 11 people on the boat.
11?
22 people did not make it back. They did not get sick at sea. They did not get into some sort of freak accident. 22 people were murdered on the ship. And out of the 11 people who made it back, only one would share the story of what really happened on the boat. Or at least, that's what he claims.
Oh, only 11. Only 11. Like, no, that's insane. Like, if you really think about the odds of that. 33 people, 22 people of them died through murder. Like, they murdered them. So was it just like a group of them, like the 11 people that like are at the end, that like when they dock, like they are all there then? Was it like all of their like, was it like a group activity? I know that sounds really weird, but was it like group activity or like mob mentality where they're like, oh, so and so did this, we all gotta gang up on those people, and then like anyone defending that person? Because like that's definitely a thing. Mob mentality is a thing. Same with bystander effect, being like, if you are watching something bad happen, a lot of times people's brains will assume someone else around the area will do something about it. And so then they kind of do a self-preservation of not acting and helping in any way. So I'm wondering if that takes place playing here. But like, god damn, those odds are fucking crazy. Thank you. This whole video is wild one. Happy Valentine's. Happy Valentine's. We're talking about murder. Jesus Lord. Yeah, okay, but no one else is also talking about what actually happened. How can we be sure that the one person that does give any kind of description is actually true? Because then they can't cross-reference with anyone else. Yeah, that's tricky.
We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support Words Without Borders, which is a nonprofit that translates international literature in an effort to bring countries and cultures together by closing the gap of language.
Hey, close the gap of language!
Have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team of dedicated researchers, translators, so that they can focus on shedding light on stories from all over the world. We'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates for these
support!
As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. But we did have the help of our amazing Chinese researchers and translators with the gathering of data on this case. But as always with any and all cases, especially the international ones, please let us know if there's anything lost in translation, miscommunicated, or if there are any other additional details you'd like us to know. Please let us know in the comments. And also, before we dive into this, a huge source for this episode was an interview with one of the 11 that came back on the boat, and it was done by a journalist by the name of Du Chen. It's translated from Mandarin to English by Words Without Borders, by Nikki Hartman and Emily Jones. And through that, the case was able to gain international attention. So please check out the original sources in the show notes. And with that being said, let's get into it.
Yes.
There are some superstitions that seamen just live by. They're the more obvious ones. Don't turn anything upside down while you're at sea. Like a cup, don't put the cup in the cabinet upside down. That means your ship is going to capsize and go upside down.
What?
Don't whistle on a boat because you're whistling up a storm. Or even the superstition of don't bring bananas on board.
Oh, I knew that one.
This is like an older legend.
Yeah.
But allegedly, back in the day, like in the 1700s, a lot of ships were lost at sea. When they were found later, everybody was dead and there were just rotten bananas.
Rotten bananas, yeah.
A lot of banana cargo ships went lost at sea. The theory being that these boats were trying to move too quickly to their destination to sell the bananas before they ripened and got rotten.
Yeah.
So it's pretty fast considering bananas get overripe just like that. So they rushed. They hit a storm. They weren't being safe. So all of these things became things to be on the lookout for before your next cruise or before your next ship takes off. Whistling, bananas, things that are placed upside down.
The whistling
but
is
what
crazy.
Do you do about the things that just kind of feel weird, but you can't necessarily decide whether or not this should stop the entire trip? Before the deep sea liner Lu Rongyu 2682 set sail, something very weird happened. Okay, well, two strange things happened. The first being that one of the crew members had to quit unexpectedly because their mom was run over by a truck and she broke her arm.
Oh, no.
And everyone was like, okay, that's a little bit weird. Maybe it's a little bit of a bad omen, but she wasn't on the boat, right?
Yeah.
So it should be fine.
She got ran over by a truck. Is she okay?
Maybe this isn't a good sign. The second one was, the ship was still at the dock preparing for the 2-year-long journey. They're bringing in all of the necessities. The crew are getting settled in their cabins. They're doing routine checks. Most of them are actually going to be sleeping on the boat for the next few days just to get it prepped for departure.
That makes sense.
In the middle of the night, there are these feral screams coming out of one of the crew cabins. Murder! 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 Someone's just screaming bloody murder, literally. It was Chef Yan, the man hired and paid to be on the ship to do all the cooking for the next 2 years. He's screaming, murder! Everyone starts briefly freaking out until they realize nobody was murdered. Maybe the man's dreaming. Maybe he had a nightmare. They tell him, hey, Go back to bed. Nobody's getting killed. Everyone goes back to their rooms. They start doing their own things, sleeping, playing poker, laying in bed, staring at their phones. And at 1 a.m., he starts screaming, "Murder! Murder!" all
Jesus
over again.
Lord.
This time, the captain of the ship had enough. He drags the chef up to the deck and starts screaming at him, "Sit down and behave." The captain storms off, and Chef Yan just falls to the floor of the deck. And he just looks defeated. He looks embarrassed. He sits there for a solid few minutes in silence. And then out of nowhere, ever so calmly, he gets up, walks to the edge of the ship, and jumps into the water.
What?
Are you
The
kidding me?
ship is still very much in the harbor. Nobody was sure why Chef Yan decided to jump into the water rather than just walking off the ship.
Did they die?
But this is a very dangerous situation nonetheless. It's actually not smart to be in the water at the docks. You could be electrocuted.
Yeah.
But other than that, the water is cold at night. The wind is strong. There's a lot of propellers in the water. I mean, no one could see him. Everyone came out onto the deck trying to lure Chef Yan back onto the boat, or at least back onto the docks for his own safety. But for 30 minutes, he's just swimming around the boat screaming, "Murder! Murder!" Eventually, he's pulled out of the water by another boat and sent home. I mean, the whole thing was just...
Okay, the first time that someone's on the ship and they are freaking out and they're screaming murder, I'm out. I am gone. You don't gotta tell me twice. Like, that first one, be like, maybe I should get out of here. Maybe I should leave. There's someone screaming murder. And then they calm down and everyone calms down again. And then they have another panic attack screaming murder. And then fling themselves off of the ship. Yeah, I'm gone. Like, there's no way you're keeping me on this ship. I'm following them. I'm following them, jumping off the side of the ship with them. That's where I'm going. I'm not playing around with that. And, like, to be honest, so, like, personally, once again, it is in the trigger warning in the title of this video, or of my stream. I have an active eating disorder and I have bipolar disorder. I'm also, because of those two things, having a lot of panic attacks. And one of the ways that I calm myself down is literally taking an ice cold shower. Like, and I mean ice cold, like the coldest shower that you can think of. When I was growing up, because of all the dance and the physical activity I used to do, and actually I'm getting back to that status of doing so much dancing, but I used to take ice baths regularly. And, like, I don't know if it's, like, has to do anything with that, but, like, me jumping into the cold water, be like, cool, yeah, nope, that makes sense. I've done it before. So, but, like, that's just a lot. And I definitely probably would have been like, so, like, is it too late for me to, like, get out of this? Is it too late for me to just, like, kind of, like, walk myself off of the ship? Like, I won't jump in, I guess. Like, that'll be fine. But, like, can I just, like, can I go? Can I leave? Can I just get out of here? That would be me. I'm learning Ga. It's a Ghanaian language. Oh, that's cool. That's cool to read. I know English barely, and I know Spanish barely. That's all I got. That's what I got. I also took French in high school, and, like, I was not good at French either. I'm not good at speaking. Anyways, let's go. Let's continue.
So strange.
So did he go?
Yeah, he went home.
He didn't stay on the ship.
No.
Did he go out
Some
to
of the
sea
crew
with
were
them?
questioning, guys, is this a bad omen of sorts? Because Chef Yan was actually pretty well known amongst seamen to be mentally solid. Like, that's the type of man that you can trust to bring out to sea for 2 years and he would be fine. Some other younger seamen, they can't handle it. They can maybe do 6 months
Seamen,
and then they're at their breaking point. Mentally, they're exhausted. They're about to snap. Chef Yan, he could do 3 years. He's good at being out in deep water for long periods of time. So what happened? The captain's trying to calm the crew down. Well, his mom passed away a few days ago, so his family has been going through a lot. He
Did they
really
get
wanted the job for the
murdered?
money, and he said he was ready to come back to work. Clearly, he wasn't. No big deal, guys. Happens. We'll find another chef. The crew just kind of chalk it up to grief and loss. They work on finding a replacement, Chef Zia. Chef Zia is hired to replace Chef Yan. And maybe you believe in superstitions, maybe you don't, but Chef Zia would be the first to be murdered on the ship.
Oh, shit.
7.5 months into the trip, one of the younger passengers, Charlie, would have a full snap from reality. He had been begging the other shipmates for this moment. He'd been asking all the passengers, when is it my turn? Literally asking to see if he could be a part of this.
Okay.
And it just felt good to finally be accepted after 7.5 months. He leaned down and he touched this oozy, sticky surface. So he dipped 2 fingers into the liquid. He brought it up to his face and he hesitantly swiped it on his cheeks. It was a red streak. And he started smiling because it felt good. So he bent down.
Blood?
And he just starts erratically wiping his hands into the liquid and then frantically smearing it all over his face.
Is it blood?
Screamed, I've been bloodied. His face was bright red. He was smearing the blood of his first human kill on the ship. And to him, it felt so good. Mr. Du, the young journalist, he heard about the very suspicious ship that turned all the passengers crazy to the point where they started.
You can't just be like, oh yeah, someone dies, and then they were like, I'm just gonna cover myself in blah 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 blah, and then like move on from that. Like, no, that's like nightmare fuel. Like, I'm not gonna be able to unsee that. I'm a very visual person. I see a lot of imagery in my head, and that's how I explain a lot of things in life, through imagery. But like, now all I see in my head is just like the equivalent of a kid just covered in blood being like, yay. And like, it's a very disturbing picture in my brain right now. Oh, I was about to say, I'm like, I feel like God, right? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I don't know if it's Ga or like it has a different sounding of the letters. But like, EJ, I know that, yeah, I thought of you. But I didn't know if I was correct. Hacker gave you away. You know what? Yes, also, I didn't realize. Okay, sorry, this is a very, very side note. EJ, who's in the chat, EJ, who's modded for this chat, they are literally my real life best friend. And I didn't realize that Ekrat was like a place. I don't know what I thought it was, but I didn't realize it was a place. So yeah, that was a whole thing when I found out, and like when they like went to go visit like family. And they were like, yeah, they're going to Ghana, this place. I'm like, oh, that makes sense. It's a okay, I get it. I'm real dumb, and I'm real slow, and I also don't know words well. But also, now I'm still thinking about blood and people being covered in blood. This is very, very disturbing.
Started hunting each other on the ship. I mean, it's more like the premise of a horror movie. It's like Hunger Games on a boat than a real life story.
Yeah.
So Mr. Du, he can't forget about this case once he hears about it. He thought about it nonstop. It's taking up all of his brain space. It just didn't make sense. Was it collective insanity? Mass psychosis? Like, there have been cases of shared psychotic disorders where 2 or more people in very close relationships, they share a specific delusion together. The inducer, the primary person with the psychotic disorder, influences another person to feel those delusional beliefs. It's rare to see shared psychosis in even 2 individuals, and even rarer to see it in large groups, let alone 33 passengers on a ship. It is a tad bit different from cults, if that's where your mind is headed, where the cult leader maybe more or less believes in the delusions that they're sharing with others, but they're just more hell-bent on power.
Yeah, like I was about to say, it's very different from cults, I feel.
This seems like a group of people that would have to be in a collective state of psychosis to start hunting each other out in the deep ocean.
Where they can't go anywhere.
The most recognizable case of shared psychosis are the Erickson twins. Do you remember this case? Ursula
The
and Sabina
Eriksons.
Eriksson,
Yeah.
Swedish twins. They were otherwise ordinary sisters who, in May of 2008, they made headlines for their really disturbing behavior. I mean, they were just seen on the side of the highway looking determined, calm almost. And then they suddenly started sprinting straight into oncoming traffic. It was chaos. One of them, Sabina, was briefly arrested, later let out without a full psychiatric evaluation. She ended up murdering a man that was just trying to help her. I mean, it was a whole thing.
Oh.
That is probably the most famous example of shared psychosis.
Okay.
Some people just kind of chalked it up to that because this was only like 3 years later. So people are thinking maybe this is shared psychosis with 33 people, 33 passengers.
33
Or maybe
people?
It's a mass murder mystery that we'll never really be able to solve. But journalists did not think so. He traveled all the way to this small, tiny little windy town in the northeast part of China. And he was going to interview one of the remaining passengers of the boat.
Okay.
One of the 11. Mr. Du gave him the alias of Zhao Mu Chang, but we're going to call him Zach.
Okay.
Zach had been released from prison, maybe just like a year ago. He was in his late 20s, but he looked much, much older. And
What
he had
if
this very
everyone in that
shifty,
shift
uneasy
went to
air about
prison?
him? Like he didn't want to talk to you about anything. He asked the journalist, "What do you want to know?" "I want to know about the people." I mean, this can't just be a situation of shared psychosis or evil people that happen to end up on the same ship together, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, it had to be something different. Charlie was normal before we got on the ship. The one that smeared blood all over his face? He's actually the one that introduced me to the opportunity in the first place. Mr. Du looked at Zach and said, "Tell me about how the killings started 5 years ago." This is the story that Zach shares. Now, just keep in
Okay.
mind, this is just about everything we know about what happened on the ship, but it's very hard to say if this is without a doubt the solid truth.
Because
there are
also-
conversations online about whether or not Zach is a survivor, like he claims he is,
Oh,
or
wait.
if he's a killer that got luckier than the others.
That's...
No other survivors have been interviewed, and none of them have come forward, at least that we know of. So this is what we have.
Yeah, okay. So the whole thing is... Wait. That's okay. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I am here, and I don't know anything, and I don't pay attention to a lot of things, unfortunately. But anyways, with this, okay, another like example. I feel like if it were like two people believing into like a delusion of something, that's like the kids who had the attempted murder because they said Slender Man told them to do it. It was two kids. One of them definitely had. I think they were diagnosed with schizophrenia, I believe. But the other friend just kind of shared the delusion that this was a real person, this real character, this real person that lived in the shadows of a forest, was telling them that they had to kill their best, like one of their friends. Like that was a thing that they both had a delusion in believing and then carrying out and doing. But yeah, with like 33 people to be under, well, it technically wouldn't be all 33 people if there was like already some people that, you know, obviously weren't murdering people. They were the ones being murdered and hunted. Some people on the ship having some sort of delusion. It could also be bystander. I don't think, to be honest, I'm not sure for bystander effect because of the fact that they were in an enclosed space on a ship. I know bystander effect also is influenced by like the surrounding that they're in. I don't know. This one's really funky. But yeah, also like to know whatever we hear from this is literally one individual that is okay, that came out and was okay to be interviewed and talk about it. So, yeah, like, unfortunately, unless, like, more people come out and, like, be like, yeah, that's what happened. Yeah, it's like grain of salt, almost, that you have to take all of this information. Anyways.
Zach said, before Charlie and the rest of the passengers started hunting each other, they were just there to hunt squid. Lu Rongyu 2682 was a squid ship. And I guess I never
Squid.
gave it much thought on how squid was caught. If you made me answer it a few weeks ago, I probably would have made a guess of, I don't know, boats go out into the sea, send down some nets, and
they're
catch squid,
nets.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Squid fishing feels more like Squid Games. There's human trafficking, forced labor, runaway boats, and people thrown into the ocean, beaten, abused, injured, thrown overboard to their death to catch squid for a profit. It's actually basically a cartel.
Oh,
It's the
shit.
squid cartel. It's terrifying. These squid fleets, boats, are sent out into the deep waters of the Pacific Ocean to catch squid. They will
Okay.
usually stay out there for a year or two. Every single day, every single person on that boat wakes up and their sole existence is catching squid, cutting squid, freezing squid, taking a brief nap, and then catching squid, cutting squid, freezing squid.
And then
Most of
sleep
the squid
again.
population, the
Jesus.
colonies, they thrive in South America water. Now, most of the squid catching companies are Chinese. They're not South American companies. So the journey
Okay.
alone from China to the coast of South America,
Yeah.
where most of the squid fishing is done, even that journey is rough. It takes 2 months. 2 months to get there.
2 months just
And
to
it is
get
not
there.
a smooth sailing experience. Like, this water is not known to be nice, kind, and forgiving. Then once you get into the open waters, you are just in the middle of the ocean for 1 to 2 years.
Damn.
There are storms that you have to weather. You can't see land in the horizon. You are that far into the ocean. You don't see an island even with binoculars. There's no light pollution. It's pitch black outside at night. And that's when the fishing starts. At night,
At
the
night.
fishermen wake
That
up,
makes sense,
head to
right?
the deck that's covered in squid ink.
Are
No matter
squids
how much you try to clean
nocturnal?
it will never fully be gone.
So it's just black?
It's actually turns mucusy once you clean it. Like the mucusy substance is left over. Then you get up to the deck and you turn on these giant bulbs. It looks eerily bright. It's like a eerily bright lit auto body shop. There's oil oozing around, squid ink, it's mucusy. The lights are so
Ugh,
bright, even
mucusy.
if you look at it or
Ugh.
open your eyes for more than 1 second, your eyes start to water. The light bulbs are the size of bowling balls.
Oh,
Light is the
shit.
thing that attracts the squid.
Oh,
But you can't
that
see
makes
much
sense.
into the water or even around you because the light is shining down on you and the ship. So you probably feel vulnerable in the middle of the ocean and the ship is glowing this strange blue-green color straight out of a Pirates of the Caribbean movie. A New Yorker piece stated, to the squid, the human squid catching ships, they must feel like aliens. Glowing in vessels approaching. And then you just want to go see what the light is about. You just want to see why it's glowing and why it's floating.
Yeah.
And so you'll go and you see a rope come down with some yummy food. So you bite onto it and suddenly you're being lifted up onto this new vessel that you've never seen in your entire squid existence life, only to be gutted and killed for more aliens to eat.
Poop of a squid?
And the
now
ship
you
is the
feel
only
bad
thing
about
lit
the
up in the water,
squids.
like a bright bullseye, a target. You can see the light from almost 100 miles away. That's how bright the lights are. And it doesn't just burn your eyes, it's hot. The heat is roasting down your back while you work during the night. The ocean is known to be cold during the night times. It's hot on that ship at night.
Oh.
Squid fishing is not like regular fishing, where you throw in a line and you patiently wait for a tug. Each worker gets to operate 3 squid fishing machines. It's a terrifying mechanical looking process. It's the type of process like a factory machine where you feel like if your sleeve of your shirt gets caught,
Oh, you're
gonna be
dead.
out an arm.
Yeah,
That's what it
you're
looks
just
like.
gonna get
Each
grounded
worker
up.
has 3 giant wheels that keep turning and turning, and it's just bringing in more of this metal line. And every so often on this metal line, there's just squid on the hooks. It's artificial bait. It's not even real bait for squid.
Oh.
They come up, the hooks have sunk into the squid. It's all done by machine. The worker is there to unhook the squid. And sometimes if there's a really big squid caught, they have to tug on the line manually, really hard. Sometimes it takes multiple men to bring it out of the water. Some squid can get up to be 220 pounds.
Oh.
It's a physically demanding job that challenges a worker's strength, stamina, not just physically, but also mentally and emotionally.
Yeah, because
Your
you're
skin
out
never
to
feels
sea.
dry on those boats.
Yeah, you're also out
Whether
of
it's
sea.
from the seawater during storms, or the boat never just fully dries, or the squid ink that's just covering every surface of this.
I feel like any job where... Hold on, sorry. Look it again. Got a lesson plan. Yeah. Yes. Squids, they are like... Okay, I don't know how... Hold on. Let's do that together. Also, I don't want to accidentally leak anything. I don't know what I would leak by doing this. Oh, no. Yeah, I would definitely leak something because I definitely looked up a restaurant that is a small restaurant. And you would have seen that and asked questions. Anyways, squids. Me. Yeah. These are squids. Look at the squiddy guys. These are squids. They have like crazy looking heads. I always think like whenever I like think about squids, they're like triangle looking heads. They have slimmer bodies, and then they have tentacles like octopuses. One of those things. One of those words. I don't know, but they also kind of look like sperm. Whenever I think of squids, I think of sperm as well. Like you got look at this one. You cannot look at that and tell me that does not look like a sperm. That definitely looks like a sperm. Like, anyways, this is what a squid looks like. Sperm, if you were wondering. I'm fine, I swear. Jesus Lord.
Freaking boat, you've missed the feeling of dry skin. Your hands feel like sponges,
Ugh.
which is probably not the best when you have to work with sharp objects to cut and gut the squid.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think
But
about
the
that.
wetness, that's probably the least of a squid fisher's complaints. You just want to get into a flow state where your hands are working, but your mind is on land. Your mind is not on this boat.
Yeah.
Because if you're not, you're going to start getting frustrated with the sound of the squid. Did you know?
What?
The
when
sound
squid get
of the
caught, They
squid.
hiss.
They hit.
It's like you know when you have a kettle that's on the stove and it starts hissing?
Yeah.
Squid hiss.
I don't know why that's
They turn
freaking me out. I don't like
translucent.
that.
And they start hissing at you.
I know they treat you
Squid
translucent. I
fishers,
think that's
they try to block out that sound as best as possible. Because imagine how many squid
like
are just
protective
hissing.
thing.
But it's not easy, and there's nothing that you can do to block out the stench. Deep sea squid have high levels of ammonia. The air on the ship smells like the world's most collectively worst smelling urinal stall ever.
Yeah.
By the end of the night of squid fishing, the entire deck floor is overflowing with squid, shin deep. You can't even walk around the deck anymore. It's all squid, and they're all hissing at you, and they're all oozing squid ink. By the end of the shift, your skin smells like pee and squid, and your clothes, they can't even be washed.
But like the
Most of these
hissing.
ships don't want to waste resources on the workers for their clothes, so the fishermen, what they do after a dirty shift is they tie up all their squid ink covered clothes, toss it into the water, and it drags behind the boat for miles in the salt water. That's how they do laundry.
Oh.
But catching squid is only half the job. The same fishermen have to now weigh, measure, wash, and sort the squid into metal trays for freezing and bagging.
Okay.
First, you have to separate the squid into two groups. The squid that are under 9 pounds and the ones that weigh over 9 pounds.
Okay.
The ones below 9 pounds have to be cleaned and placed onto trays ready to be frozen. While the big squid, they have to be cut and separated into fins, trunks, heads. Then at the end of the workday, each worker has to bring around 50 trays of squid down into this massive freezer on the ship. Each tray is said to weigh about 33 pounds, so you have to go up and down this cramped stairwell 50 times with these trays.
Okay.
Every couple of weeks, a secondary boat will pull up to the main squid ship and take the frozen squid so that your freezer is empty for more squid. And if the squid cartel, the squid company, doesn't think that you've caught enough squid in the allotted amount of time, you will be hearing about it, and you'll likely pay for it. And then once the workers are done with that,
Like
they have
pay
to
for it
sweep
in
the
what
deck, clean
way?
the cabin, scrub toilets, mop
Like,
showers.
you actually
They
physically
do
have
this
to pay?
16 hours a day, 6 days a week for 2 years straight. But that's when there's a moderate amount of squid. If the vessel predicts or feels that there's a massive squid colony moving through the area, fishermen are forced to work 3 days straight, only getting in about 1 hour naps a day.
Buh.
If you decide halfway through, Guys, never mind. I don't want to do this anymore. Forget the money. You don't even have to pay me for the past 6 weeks. Just take me home. There's no way I can do this for another year and a half of my life.
They're not gonna take you home.
They're not going to take you home.
Yeah, there's no way they're gonna take you
There are
home.
a lot of alarming reports that people have been shackled, beaten, and starved, forced into submission to keep fishing for squid. Even if you're not trying to quit or go home, if you make a mistake or you're too slow at catching squid, you'll likely get beat.
Oh, I would definitely get
Fishermen
beat.
get
I'm
injured on
not
the
fast
job.
with
Weaker
anything.
men, they start going crazy.
Let's be clear
just
about
from
that.
not seeing the land for 2 years. Some fishermen die from low vitamin levels.
That makes
Apparently,
sense.
they get swollen like melons before they pass. Their eye whites turn yellow. They're exhausted,
Yeah, that means-
overworked,
okay.
barely seeing the sun. They're not eating well.
Yeah, so like what is it? If your eyes if the whites in your eyes starts turning yellow, that means it's something with your liver. If you're not getting enough nutrients, your liver suffers because it like starts to shrivel up and it's not actually like being in full use. That's actually something I have to watch for because, you know, of my eating disorder. I have to watch for like changes within my eyes because your eyes can tell you a lot. I also found out the last time I went to the eye doctor that you can figure out if you have heart problems through your eyes. Like people examining your eyes, you can tell through your eyes if you have heart problems and also if you have diabetes, which I found was crazy. When my eye doctor told me that, I was like, excuse me, tell me that again, how? And so like, yeah, like certain, like it changes the structure of your eye, it changes what's producing your eye. Like same thing with like that. Like if it starts turning yellow, it literally is a problem with your liver. That's how people catch on if anyone has any liver problems or liver failure when then like children, if their eyes start turning yellow, they like will have to go in and get examined and like get all that done. But anyways, yeah, that makes sense that they have low nutrition, especially if they're not also sleeping for their body to recuperate. To then, if they were getting that nutrition and vitamins and whatnot, their body is not getting the rest time to be actually absorb it and also use it for their being and for them to be alive and be walking around doing all the things that they're doing. But yeah, no. Also, it's very interesting that they puff up. I wonder if that has to do with anything with the water. They're constantly like in water. And also not seeing any land, yeah, that makes people go insane. That's definitely a common thing that happens. So, yeah.
Well, why? Because by month 4, most vegetables and fruit have run out on the ship. Not that the workers were wined and dined to begin with. And if you're not injured and dying, you're watching everyone around you injured and dying in these brutal conditions. And the only stress reliever that you can somewhat afford on this boat, because you're basically cut off from the rest of the world, you can't contact your family or the outside world. Whatever you brought on that ship with you is all you have. You brought 3 books, you better reread those 3 books. A lot of crew members will just chain smoke as a stress reliever. But there's no gas stations out at sea. If you run out of cigarettes that you brought in the past 2 years, you have no more cigarettes. Unless you purchase them from the ship, from the company. They have like a little convenience store. The company will sell the workers cigarettes at maybe 20 times the price that they would be on land. A lot of workers, if they're not careful, they can smoke away all the money that they earn in 2 years.
Yeah, from addiction.
The idea that that's even possible, I mean, is kind of insane.
Yeah.
Or maybe you just need to relax. If you miss 1 day of work, you will get beaten and they get 2 days of pay taken off.
Oh, shit.
And just something to note, I went down the rabbit hole. The squid fishing industry is terrifying and China does dominate in that industry. There are a lot of questionable Chinese companies that have been called out for very illegal, very ethically immoral things that they have done to catch squid and the abuse that they put their workers through. I mean, some of the companies are just pure evil. But the New Yorker, they put out a piece of the squid fishing industry, and at the very end of their piece, they added food for thought. Because it's very easy to just point the finger at one very deplorable part of the food chain.
Yeah.
But over 70% of China's seafood catch is exported out of China and into places like the United States and the EU.
Yeah. Oh, it's an ad. We're doing an
I
ad.
am a creature of habit. And
Oh my
this is
God,
my
liquid
habit.
IVs!
Usually
I
at the end
have
of the year, I will
those!
set all of these
I drink
ambitious
those
goals
all
for
the
myself for
time
the
because
next
I'm a
year. And by the
dehydrated
end of
ass
January,
bitch!
I feel like I get too busy or there's too much going on, and then I just don't really get around to it. So this
I'm
year I
so
decided,
sorry,
you know what?
but it's
I
true.
don't need to reinvent
If you
myself.
knew me in
Maybe
real
sometimes
life, I'm
I
gonna.
just need to rehydrate.
Stephanie, you could
I
do your
am
pitch, but I'm gonna like
1000%
lower
that
you a little bit on
Molly
my
will tell you
end.
if
I
you have
actually
a
don't know
headache,
how loud it
you
is for you
hydrate
guys,
it.
but I'm
gonna ask
so
you that.
dehydrated
And my
all the
life
time.
feels
And you're
clearer
like,
when I'm
bitch,
hydrated.
you're a
So
dancer
this is my
and a
favorite thing to do
performer.
on the go,
What do you
at
mean you're
home, every
dehydrated?
single
Like
morning, just because I like habits and routines.
I do not hydrate
I just
myself
like to create
enough.
very easy, simple ways for myself to get to my goals.
Sperms.
With Liquid IV, I don't have to pretend.
Sorry, I
like
just
I'm
read
perfect
chat
person
and I
make
see,
all these
oh, I
New
see
Year's dreams
sperms.
come true. And I can just be myself.
They do
I'm
look like
hydrated.
sperm.
I
Squid
am
look like
health
sperm. It
conscious.
is
So we're gonna go
a
with the
factual
white
thing.
peach
Have you
one.
ever seen
This
a
is,
sperm?
probably one of
That's
my
what it
favorite
looks like.
flavors of all time.
But
It's
also, yeah,
absolutely
I'm a
Liquid IV
bitch
hydrates
for
2 times
liquid
faster than
IV,
water
especially
alone,
because the
and it's
doctor
because
told
Liquid
me
IV has
if you're
3 times the
dehydrated,
electrolytes of
you
the
should be
leading
taking
sports
liquid
drink,
IV because
plus
it's
8
the
vitamins
easiest
and
way for you to
nutrients.
get
I just
hydration
grab
back
like
in
a
your
big
body.
container of water,
And I also,
16
every single
ounces
time I
every
end
day,
teaching a
stir
dance
in
class,
a
I
single
tell
one of
people
these
to hydrate
packets that are
before they
so easy
dehydrate.
to
So
travel with.
to
Throw them
hydrate
in your
themselves
backpack,
before they
throw
pass
them in
out.
your purse. I
Do
don't
that.
go anywhere without these. I have these in our car because I'm like, this is so good. They also have 3 new flavors. This is the white peach. It tastes like a sweet drink. Like it tastes.
I've actually
like
never had
a
white peach. I always
treat
get
for
like the
myself.
lime one,
They
I
also
think.
have green grape, lemon lime.
Mm-hmm.
It's so good, and it's with 0 sugar, no artificial sweeteners. I had to force my sister to try it because she was skeptical.
Okay,
She's very
Stephanie.
picky about the
I
taste,
love
and
you,
it's
but
so
like,
good.
let's.
And instead of sugar and artificial sweeteners,
let's-
Liquid IV uses a proprietary.
We get it.
amino
Liquid
acid
IV. Get
allulose
some
blend.
doctors
It's like
recommended.
a natural sweetener with the same taste and texture
Can
as
I not?
table sugar,
Can I not?
but healthier.
Oh, wait, I can't.
It's perfect
Can I?
right now because I've been talking for a while,
But-
and usually
but-
my
but I
throat
can't?
feels a
Can I
little
not?
bit dry, and I
Can I
feel like
not?
my mouth just needs some
Meh.
hydration. I get a little itch at the back of my throat, and I just had a few sips of it when you shop Better
Okay.
Hydration today using
That's the
promo code
code.
ROTTEN at liquidiv.com.
I actually have no idea how old this video is, so that code might not be a thing anymore. But there's a code. Liquid IV.
So this
Doctors
is the kind
recommended.
of shit
Anyways.
that they're on. They're not on a 9-month cruise. They're on a hell journey for
Even
2
on 9-month
years.
cruise, people
Do
go
you remember
insane
Charlie,
and do
the one
crazy
who
things
smeared blood all
sometimes.
over his face? He was the one that got Zach the job in the first place. Zach had never been on a boat like this before.
Oh.
Neither had Charlie. I mean, you would imagine
Oh.
that Shinfa Foods, the company that owns the ship, they would be recruiting real fishermen that know what they're doing to go out there for 2 years. But no.
Oh. Also, before I got distracted from the whole, like, this is an ad and Liquid IV and things like that. Another thing to know, there's a lot of things. I actually saw a video about this, specifically about, like, food and whatnot. And it was a video that, like, someone put on TikTok being like, they couldn't be the only person that didn't realize lemons, one, grew on trees, and that you can just have these trees and, like, harvest those lemons for yourself. Like someone didn't know that. And then someone who went to their kind of their defense because people were like, are you dumb? Because first off, you don't know their education, you don't know their background, you don't know their access to any of that information. But it is very common for people to be so disconnected to their food that they don't even know how certain things are planted and or harvested and how they grow or how to have them grow and like what climates they need and things all like that. But like it's very common for us to be so disconnected with that. Same with how we get products. Like there's so much industry that happens in other countries that get imported to the US, but all the messy things, like the things that's happening right now in the Congo where, you know, people are mining for, what is it? It's like kids are mining for a specific like element or like rock to be able to use to make like electronics. Like that's a very big thing that people are now actively talking about. And like we should be actively talking about it because I feel like then it'll make us less consumer based. And I'm definitely someone that likes to try to do secondhand things. Am I the best with like electronics? Probably not. But like I'm still trying to make an effort. And I feel like at this point in life, unless we can get major corporations to actually fucking change some things, this is the best that we can do, besides also pressuring those people. But regardless of that, I'm getting too into all of that kind of discussion. But with this very specific thing, talking about how They are catching these squid, but they are majorly exporting this out of their country. Like, it's getting out of China and being exported to other places. So talking about like the demand chain, the supply and demand chain, like they're supplying it in these really, really rough conditions, but because there's such a high demand for it, people want to eat it, people want to consume it, people want to use the ink for things. Like it's a big thing. Also another thing I like thought about, why aren't they just like, also real quick, I want to make sure that I'm not missing anyone in chat. No, the last thing that someone typed out was sperm. Love that for us. But why aren't these people who are coming to the ship to pick up the squids that they're harvesting, why aren't they like picking them up and then dropping off food? Like, wouldn't it just be so easy to make that well, I guess then they'll need more gas because you have to think about the heaviness of the fruit. But the heaviness of the fruit cannot be heavier than these like crazy squid that are really like can be hefty that are on there. Like, I don't know. Like, my brain is like wouldn't it be easy for them to just on these boats that are coming to pick up the squids to also then just drop off more food? I don't know. My brain is working in overdrive right now. Okay, I'm done.
We're honestly just taking about anyone. Charlie was on the boat because he burned down a building. By accident, though. He worked for a bus company before this, and one night, Charlie got super, super drunk, started playing mahjong at a coworker's place. He's drinking. One thing leads to another. He burns the building down.
How do you...
Look, we don't know exactly how he burned the building down.
Yeah.
It seems to be an accident, but not really, because he was drunk and being careless.
Yeah.
The whole building caught on fire, and because he started the fire, he was in a ton of debt for the building repairs. And he thought, you know what? This is the best way to make money quickly, because even if I make money right now, here's the problem. I keep spending all my money. I keep going and spending it on rent and going out to these restaurants and wanting to hang out with my friends. If I'm on this ship, how am I going to spend the money I'm working on?
Jesus.
And I get free room, 3 meals a day. It's very little expenses. Zach describes Charlie as being the type of guy that was pretty excited about this whole experience.
Think about that though. Why?
Feet, like complaining about, oh, I can't believe I have to do this because I'm in debt. I didn't even mean to set the place on fire. He was actually a happy-go-lucky kind of guy. Zach and Charlie knew each other from working at a restaurant together. A few summers back, they both worked at a barbecue restaurant.
Oh, cool.
And I feel like this was a bad omen in and of itself.
Why?
It was a very rainy summer. They worked at a barbecue restaurant. Outside, they made next to nothing working together. It seemed like these two friends, they just did not have the best luck when they were put together. So Charlie calls Zach, tells him this is the job of a lifetime. The fishing company is going to pay us 45,000 yuan a year. The average salary in China in 2010 was closer to 35,000 yuan. This is with a college degree, like an office job. So this is a big deal. They don't care about your education background. They don't care about your work experience.
Because that means that they're going to use you for your body, basically.
Is about $6,500 US dollars, so $6,500, which I know might not sound like a lot of money because of the conversion rates. But if you're in America, this would be like the equivalent scenario. Someone is offering you $95,000 a year compared to the national salary average of $74,000 a year. And that $74,000 is with people with college degrees.
Yeah.
They're getting corporate jobs.
Yeah.
So $94,000 for someone who didn't even graduate high school?
Yeah.
That's crazy. I think that helps put into perspective, right? How
it's almost
desperate they were for
explorative.
this type of money. And not only do you get that 45,000 yuan, you get a bonus when the job is complete and you land back on land. Zach's liking the idea of it. He's like, I have a girlfriend that I really love, and I know that I'm not earning enough to satisfy her and marry her. Like, her family's never going to let it happen. So this would be my sacrifice. Go on this ship for 2 years. When I get back, she's going to be my wife. And hopefully he wouldn't spend too much money on the ship because, I mean, living expenses would be very low and he wouldn't even have time to go out and drink and hang out with friends.
Once again,
company gives you
that
3
comes
meals a
with
day.
a cost
This is perfect.
mentally.
Side note, every crew member, this is kind of important later, you get a weight limit of luggage and supplies that you can bring. So you do get 3 meals a day. You get a bunk
Well,
bed,
that makes sense
but
because
shampoo,
you have to...
conditioner, all of these things you need
like
to bring for
buoyancy.
either 2 years or you can buy them at the store on the ship, but the store is very expensive.
Yeah.
kind of giving like real life Squid Game.
Yes, like you have to weigh all of your stuff, and then
Yeah.
you know it's just really bizarre. Some people would use it to bring beer. Some people would use that
Just
weight to
straight
bring
up beer.
cigarettes, water
Just
bottles,
straight up beer.
soft drinks, instant noodles. Again, you can technically buy all of these on the ship, but it's going to be very, very expensive.
pricey.
On the boat, a carton of cigarettes costs about $26 US.
Ugh.
Back at home, yeah, cheap cigarettes in China can go for as low as a few dollars for a full carton. The markup is unhinged.
Yeah.
Some of the workers had plans to make even more money, though, because they took out a loan. There was a guy named Lou who did this.
Took out a loan.
He took out a loan, bought a ton of cigarettes, enough to stack them up from the bottom bunk to the ceiling, and the plan was to sell them later to the other workers for half the markup of the ship. So instead of $25 a carton, he was going to sell them for $15 a carton. He would still be making like $12 a carton profit.
Yeah.
They would never get to do that, though, because 22 people would be murdered.
Did he
December
get
27th,
murdered?
2010, the first day on open water, everyone is gagging, hurling breakfast, lunch, and dinner over the side of the boat. I mean, just looking at the cup noodles that they stockpiled in their rooms, they want to gag, they want to throw up. Because the fishing company just wanted to recruit anyone that they could get. Most of the men on the boat had never been on a boat.
Yeah, no. And
The seasickness was something that they could not handle. They would rush to the toilets. They would rush up to the deck to just throw up. They would come back looking frail, gray, green.
Yeah,
because
that's what
would just be on their temples trying to massage the
seasickness
nausea
does
away.
to you.
This is very interesting. But the minute that you can't see land anymore, a lot of people report feeling uneasy, and it makes them feel even more seasick.
Yeah, no, I got
just
that.
interesting.
So when I was right before I got diagnosed with cancer, like this is a very weird quest of a story. Before I got diagnosed with cancer in 2014, I had spent a lot of money to go to Italy for my cousin's wedding. And they decided while we were out there, they also wanted to go on a cruise for about a week. So we went on a cruise for about a week. We were in Italy and like we went to different places out there for about a week. So we're out there for 2 weeks total. On the cruise ship, I did get seasick, but like the moment we couldn't see land anymore, I was like out. I was out for like 2 days. Like it was crazy. Like I just could not move from my bed, and like my cousin had to come and like bring me foods, and like I could hardly eat them because I'm it's just so much seasickness. But like once we saw land, I'm like, oh, okay, I'm fine again. So like yeah, no, that's a big thing. Like seasickness, once you don't see land anymore, your brain is like, there is no solid land. Like my brain just kept saying, there's no solid land for you to go on. You just in the water. You just there, just bopping around. Like, yeah, no, it was crazy. But anyways, yeah. So I definitely relate to that.
They say that they feel a little bit lost. Like there's a lump of anxiety in their stomach when they can't see land. So they're dealing with that. They're regurgitating every solid food that they've consumed in the past 48 hours.
Yeah.
And side note about this is very shady, but a lot of the guys that were on the boat, there were 33 people on the boat, all men. Very fascinating to note. Most of them don't even have a marine license, which means that they're not legally allowed to fish at sea and they're considered illegal laborers. The company said, it's fine. We do this all the time. Everything will be fine. We just have to smuggle you onto the ship.
We have to smuggle you onto the
on
ship.
The main ship, only the crew with certificates and licenses were allowed to be on board. Customs and immigration would let them through, do a check of the boat, and then 10 minutes later, a little speedboat would pull up with all of the other workers, all 18 of them that did not have their licenses.
Oh, no.
I mean,
How do you get on?
They just like throw down a little rope.
Oh.
And they climb on up.
Everyone knew that this was illegal.
It just happens.
Yeah,
It
just
just
happens.
happens?
The company
It's
told
in
the
the
men,
industry, it
well,
just
if you don't do
happens.
it this way and you have to get your license, then that's money out of our pocket, which means less money for you because, you know, we got to make our profits too. So that doesn't make sense. Do you want more money in your pocket or do you want a marine license? The workers
I
were
want
like,
a
more
marine
money in my
license,
pocket.
bitch.
The seasickness would last for
No,
about
give me a
16
marine,
days.
fund me
From
for a
there,
marine
it was
license.
Smooth sailing. The first 2 months of this trip,
You
it
can
was
drop
like a
your
cruise
asses and
more
go
than
with someone
anything.
that's more reputable.
Everyone's getting over the seasickness. You wake up, walk up to the deck. You don't have work to do. The squid aren't there. You're just moving. You're trying to get to South America. You see open water for as far as you can see. And it's this incredible feeling of almost like you're conquering something. You just feel free. Then you'd chit-chat with some of the other crew, play chess, read books. But the best was gambling. As long as they had a deck of cards, poker every day, all day.
Damn, that's
The
probably
ship was like
also
a
them
mini
losing all their
casino, and
earnings
everyone
from
would
this
slowly let their
voyage.
guards down, and they're getting to know each other. There's like just a real oddball mixture of guys there. You had seamen who had done 3 years out at sea,
Seamen.
no problem before. Some of them had gone deep sea fishing in Africa, tons of experience. Side note, one of the guys that had gone deep sea fishing in Africa, his wife really did not want him to go on this trip because on the way back home last time, they encountered pirates.
Oh shit.
It was terrifying. He could have died.
Yeah.
So since then, she was like, I just want you to be in a radius near the land, because usually when you can see land, it's hard for there to be pirates of any nation, you know? So please don't go. And he's like, babe, I have to go. I'm just ready for it. And my friend said he needed help. They need people. If I back out now and they can't find more seamen, how can I ever look at him again?
Oh.
So there are a lot of experienced sailors all the way down to Michael. Michael's a recent college graduate who could not find an office job. He did not graduate with anything that had anything to do with the sea.
Oh, no.
Nothing like that.
Oh,
so he just applied for this.
Oh, no.
Which is a wild escalation of events.
Yeah.
He was choking up, telling the rest of the men about how his mom was begging him not to go. She was yelling at him, you've never even been on a boat. You have zero experience. You've never even hung bait on a fishing line. But Michael thought, this is a great way to make money, Mom, and I'm trying to learn a new set of skills. Would you rather me lay around at home and do nothing or work for the next 2 years?
No, you could do another job.
Guy was training to be a pilot,
Maybe.
and he thought that this was a great way to see the world. Some
Okay.
guys straight up said they didn't have anything better to do. And once they got all this cash, they were going to buy a new car. They were going to get some designer stuff when they get back. One of them said, my sister was a wreck. I mean, tears streaming down her face, and I sat her down, and I was like, hey, just imagine I went to prison for 2 years, okay? Just forget about it.
You
But a lot of
imagine
them,
I'm in
they were gonna pay
jail.
off debt. One guy had a pig farm that got completely obliterated by a pig disease.
Oh
He owed a lot of money.
no. Oh no.
Charlie, he burned down a building.
Yeah.
But none of that really mattered on the boat because there's no way for creditors to track you down on the open water. By early February
just there,
2011,
vibing,
the ship had been
bopping
sailing in
around.
the Pacific for over a month, and it
Okay.
was almost Chinese New Year. There is this air
Lunar
of
New
excitement
Year.
and peace within the ship.
Lunar New Year
Everyone's
just
cooking
happened.
up the feast. They've got 8 meat dishes to share. They're sitting on the ship floor with metal bowls and disposable chopsticks. They're helping each other scoop rice. It's all this like cute moments. They're laughing, joking about how when this is all over, we're going to go to each one of our hometowns and eat the hometown food. I want to try those
Oh.
noodles that you keep talking about from back home.
Oh, that's kind of
They were
cute
allowed to use the
though.
ship's
The
satellite phone to call
vibes,
their families
the
back,
connection.
because it's Chinese New Year. And it would be the last time that many of them would ever get to talk to their loved ones.
Oh,
2 months
'cause
before
they get
arriving back at the harbor,
murdered.
loud music was blasting on the ship. Everyone knew what that meant. It was time to hunt. They were hunting each other. By the time that the music cut off, people would be dead.
Excuse
If
me?
you were unlucky, you
Excuse-
would be brutally stabbed and thrown overboard.
Excuse me? How did we go from the month and it's the Lunar New Year and they're calling their loved ones like this is great to like 2 months and people are now already getting hunted and murdered? How did we get here? Point A to point B. Go back. Go back. Go back. Okay.
Month, and it was almost Chinese New Year.
Okay.
There is this air of excitement and peace within
So,
the ship.
excitement,
Everyone's cooking
peace,
up the
woo,
feast. They've got
yeah.
8 meat dishes to share. They're sitting on the ship floor with metal bowls and disposable chopsticks. They're helping each other scoop rice. It's all this like cute moments. They're laughing, joking about how when this is all over, we're gonna go to each one of our hometowns.
Like, once
and
again,
eat
the
hometown
vibes,
food.
great.
I want to try those
Bonding,
noodles that you
love
keep talking
that.
about from back home.
Love
They're
that.
allowed to use the ship's satellite phone to call their families back because it's Chinese New Year. And it would be the last time that many of them would ever get to talk to their loved ones.
'Cause they-
2 months before arriving back at the harbor,
Okay, 2
loud
months
music
arriving
was blasting
back.
on the ship.
Okay.
Everyone knew what that meant. It was time to hunt. They were hunting each other. By the time that the music cut off, people would be dead. If you were unlucky, you would be brutally stabbed and thrown overboard with nothing but the loud music ringing in your ears. And if you were really unlucky, you would still be alive when you hit the water. And then you knew that the end would be you waiting for the fins to show up, because once the sharks smell blood, they come out to feed.
Uh,
There are a few distinct phases that the passengers would go through.
Okay, so
before they completely snap
it's
and
2
start
months
playing Hunger
before
Games on
they
this
get
boat.
back. Okay.
The first phase is nothing is wrong until something is wrong. Zach was in the dorm one day when he saw Lou, another crewmate, and he left his notebook laying on the bed.
Okay.
They were almost to Peru, so he reaches over, he's flipping around, and it's all sort of like random numbers written down.
Oh.
When Lou comes back into the room, Zach asks, "Hey Lou, what are you writing down in your journal?" "Oh yeah, those are the ship's coordinates and where we are." "Oh, why? Doesn't the ship track that?" "No reason. I just thought it'd be kind of fun." Zach kind of waited for Lou to explain further about this whole coordinate situation because it's just a little bit weird. But Lou was just an interesting man. He always looked like he was deep in thought on this boat about something, somewhere, but he would never tell anyone what it was. Which is fascinating because by like month 2, everyone is telling everybody their deepest, darkest thoughts and secrets because you don't have anyone else to talk to.
Yeah.
All people knew about Lou was that his parents were poor farmers and he had to make money to marry his girlfriend. He was
Okay.
also kind of scrawny. I mean, you would never really look at this man and think, this guy is strong, this guy is muscular. But he was. When it came time to unload all the squid and carry the giant metal trays down into the freezer, those things, like I said, they weigh 33 pounds. And because of the size of the tray, it's just really very difficult to balance and carry it down.
Yeah.
Lou would offer to do it for Zach because Zach was short and pretty weak, which is crazy considering this is not an easy task and Lou's not going to get paid for Zach's portion of the work.
Yeah.
Why would he do that? It's bizarre. Zach said he was thankful, but at the same time, Lou was so fascinating. Lou liked to look out for people on the ship, but at the same time, he also liked to look down on everyone around him. So it's nice, but it's also kind of mean. He just seemed full of himself, but in a quiet, I don't even want to talk to you because I don't think you're worth it. I don't think I should waste my breath on you.
I know
That's the
people
type
like
of guy he
that.
was. But what could you say? He's the Squid King on the boat.
The
There was
Squid
1 month
King.
where he caught 7 tons of squid, which is about 14,000 pounds. That's about the weight of an elephant in squid.
Damn.
Imagine 2.5 SUVs parked in front of you, but instead of SUVs, it's just giant piles of squid
Yeah.
in a single month.
In a month.
He wasn't even an experienced fisherman, but he knew how to catch squid.
Oh,
And
damn.
he made it a point to help everyone around him. Like, there was this sense of teamwork with him around. It was really tough.
Well,
It was
that's
really
good.
bad.
Like, isn't
But
that what you
everybody was
want?
there for the same reason, and it just felt nice to be working towards something. Until 2 of the workers got sick. It was pretty bad. They couldn't even get up from their beds. There was no doctor on board, limited medications. I mean, nobody knew what was wrong with them. And even then, they were in some really unsanitary conditions. So it's even harder for their immune systems to work overtime to help them recover.
Yeah.
One of the guys that fell sick was Lou's best friend, Little Minion. He was the youngest on the entire ship,
Little Min.
19-year-old Jin. He was so sick, he was laying in bed asking Lou, "Can you call the company? Just request me be taken off this ship. They don't have to pay me for the past 4 months of work. I don't care. I just need to go home and see a doctor. It's that bad. I don't even need any of the money." Jin's parents were from Beijing, and they had a bit of money. They had a
Okay.
house, they had a car, which is a pretty big deal in Beijing. The only reason Jin ever came was because he liked Lou, and he wanted to be a sailor. That's it. He was in it for the ride. The company rejected his request to go home to see a doctor.
But I mean, if you want to go home, then the shit have to go all the way back.
Well, they can request that a smaller boat come and
Come
get
get
you
them.
and pay
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
your
Yeah.
fare back.
Yeah.
But not only that, the captain of the boat, Captain Lee, instead of helping the workers, he called the company like a little snitch and made sure to stop their payments for a month while they recovered. The 2 sick people. The 2
What?
sick men were really upset about
Well-
this. I mean, I think everybody on the ship was because they had all been working so hard. There was a sense of teamwork established, and now it's confirmed. If you get sick from working your hardest, nothing you did matters because the company will stop paying you. They won't even appreciate that you exhausted yourself and that's why you got sick. Even the captain
Damn.
isn't on your side rooting for you.
Damn.
And this just planted a tiny little seed in everybody's minds.
That
The
everyone's-
captain in this company, they're not on our team.
Yeah. They're
And
not.
then one
for us.
comment did it in. Everybody was sitting around eating when one of the workers looked pensive. Everyone's like, "What's
Pensive.
wrong?" "Nothing, I just, well, it's probably nothing. What is it?" We were supposed to depart on December 28th. But do you guys remember how we left a day early on December 27th? Which means technically our contract doesn't make sense because our contract is December 28th to December 28th, 2012. But what if there's some sort of like legal loophole? Because technically we started working December 27th. What if that means our contract isn't really valid and it doesn't mean anything because we didn't start work on that day? Does that mean they can get away with not paying us? I mean, I'm sure that's dumb, right? It's a big company. There's no way. That doesn't make sense, right? Yeah. The workers glance around and the seeds start sprouting roots. A few of them are whispering in the dorms that night, and they decide the next day that they would just ask the captain to clarify a few things in their contract. No big deal, you know?
Yeah,
They
clarification.
sit the captain down
But they're
and
already
ask about the
on sea,
specifics.
though. They're
And if
already
they're
at
still going to
sea.
get paid the 45,000 yuan. Well, you were going to get paid 45,000 yuan if you didn't catch any squid. What? Yeah, if you caught no squid, you would be guaranteed 45,000 yuan a year. But if you catch squid, you don't get the guaranteed pay. You get the base pay plus commission.
What?
Well, how much is the base pay? 1,000 yuan a month. So you're only making 12,000 yuan a year when you're promised 45,000 yuan, and you're just going to hope that you catch enough squid individually to make the rest in commission?
What the fuck? Ooh, I would have punched the bitch out at that moment. Like, that's fucked. That's so fucked. Okay, so in the contract, it's saying if you caught nothing, like nothing at all. And I'm wondering if that means also like you're still making the attempts, it's just not working. Like something is not working, you just cannot catch any squid. You will then get the 45, but because they have been working and catching things, now it's through commission and it's not the guaranteed amount. That's crazy. God, I would punch someone out. I don't know if I murdered someone, but I definitely would punch someone.
So to put that in perspective, think about how devastating this is. These men came out into the ship in the middle of nowhere without their loved ones to work 16 hours a day in some of the most brutal conditions imaginable, and their base pay a month would be guaranteed to be 140 USD a month.
So this is like a scam contract.
Yeah, it's a scam.
Wow.
The men were distraught, but the captain reassured them, well, you have the commission structure, so technically you can make 45,000 yuan a year. He explained the commission structure, and it only made things worse. Everyone found out that even if they worked as hard as Lou and caught 30 tons of squid in 3 months, which is the size of a shipping container per person, or the weight of a fire truck or a yacht in squid, if they caught that much squid every 3 months for the next 2 years, they would make 3,400 yuan a month, or about 488 USD a month. If they did not even lift a finger, if they never caught a squid, they would have made 523 USD a month.
Yeah.
A lot of things are wrong with this. I mean, finding this out was not great for morale. Your boss is like, I'm going to pay you $1,000 a month for doing nothing, for just existing. But if you work your ass off to the point of killing your body, mental state, I'm going to pay you less than that.
Yeah.
But additionally, most people weren't even catching as much as Lou.
Yeah.
They were going to be making a lot less than what they thought they were going into this for. When Lou got word of this pay structure, he sat there and started doing all the mental calculations. There was no way out. He screwed himself.
Yeah.
Because he had gotten a loan for all those cigarettes.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot about
he should be
that.
the best off because he's the one catching most of the squid. But
he
loan,
has to pay
took
back
it from
the
the
loan.
fishing company to buy cigarettes. He did the math. Even if he worked as hard as he did for the past 3 months for the next 2 years, he would barely make enough to cover the loan he took out for the cigarettes.
Oh, no.
Worse than that, worst case scenario, if the squid fishing gets slower, he might have to perform hard labor for 2 years and still owe the fishing company money.
Bro, this is like straight up a Squid Game. Oh my gosh.
So for a while, everyone just sat there soaking it in. A lot of the guys never
God.
hired attorneys to look over their contracts. First, they
Yeah,
didn't have the
because
funds
they're
to,
not
but
even-
second, they just assumed there was no way that such a big company would screw them over like that.
No, anyone can
Since
screw
that
you over.
day, nobody's mind was on fishing anymore.
Yeah.
They were all pulling each other off to the side, whispering about something.
They're gonna
planning
riot.
something.
They're gonna riot.
There's a saying in China, it's very straightforward. If it's cheap, it's not going to be good quality. If it's good quality, it's not going to be cheap.
Yeah.
So when the crew found out that they're making peanuts, like next to nothing, they're gonna stop trying.
Yeah. No,
Other
that
squid
makes
fishing
sense.
boats nearby would complete their catch at around 8 to 9 a.m., but 2682 would finish at around 2 p.m. Nobody was really trying anymore.
Yeah.
Some of the workers would straight up disappear from the deck. They'd be found sleeping in their cabins. Even Lou, his mind is not on fishing.
Yeah.
A few of the workers tried to talk to the captain and say, please, just let us go home then. Not a single one of us want to be here anymore.
Yeah.
We're 17,000 miles away from home. I'm not wasting all this fuel spending months taking you back home because you don't know how to read a damn contract before signing it. Besides, you don't have a license. No boat, including myself, is going to be willing to smuggle you 18 back in through the borders. So remember, 18 of them did not have licenses.
Yeah.
You have to work whether you like it or not. Let this be a lesson to read contracts better next time. And that is when they entered the next phase of madness. If they're not with you, they're against you. And from the get-go, there were 4 groups of friends. There were also a lot of relatives on board, which makes this whole thing even more insane that 22 people get murdered. But out of the 4 groups of friends, there were the Dalians. Dalian is a part of China on the eastern coast. It's actually very close to North Korea.
Okay.
Now, the Dalian group was led by Captain Lee, the captain of the boat. There were about 10 people in his inner circle, and most of them were professional sailors, and they were part of the management team on the ship. So none of them really did any of the actual squid fishing. They are there to make sure the ship stayed afloat for 2 years.
Yeah.
The chef was included in this group. I mean, they were the closest to the company. In terms of hierarchy, they're at the top, with Captain Lee sitting on a throne. Then you had the Mongolians, led by Bao Di. Now, they...
Wait. I think that chart from before, that's the people who survive, right? So the captain survives this? That if I were in this situation, the captain would be the first person I kill, to be honest. If I, were in this situation and murder was already happening and everything like that. If I'm in this delusion that like every person for themselves, that either I'm going to kill either I'm going to be killed unless I kill that person, I would go for that man first. Jesus.
They were really able to keep to themselves a lot because most of them spoke Mongolian and none of the rest could understand them. There were only like 4 or 5 of them. Then you had the Northeast group, which was run by Lu. They only had about 5 people in the group. One of them was Mongolian. The other one was Dalian. But they felt more allegiance to Lu rather than their hometowns or like the province that they were from. And the other 12, they were the neutral group. And immediately after Captain Lee refuses to take the ship back home, the leader of the Northeast group, Lu, and the leader of the Mongolian group, Bao Di, they start talking. They would rant to each other, whispering, we work so hard, but this company is a scam. They don't even pay us minimum wage. And they think that we clearly won't get the money stated in the contract. That's why they're acting like this. That's why they're not even listening to us. We want to go back.
Yeah.
Slowly, these rants, they turned into a solution.
Oh, God.
If the captain doesn't want to take us home, then we force him. We hijack this ship.
Yeah.
Lu and Bao Di were
I saw
in,
that coming.
So were their groups. But both of them were trying to convince the others from the neutral group. Lu sat them down and said, on the way here, I wrote down the coordinates for fun. I didn't think it was going to be useful. But even without the captain, I can retrace our steps and get us back home.
Oh,
and when we
shit.
get back, I know a pretty good lawyer. We can all sue the company together.
Oh, shit.
A lot of the neutral people were kind of hesitant.
Yeah.
Lu told them, think about it. And as he walked out of the room, he turned around and said, one more thing. It's not a crime to kill someone in international waters. Everyone except the management team, the Dalian group, knew about the plan to take over the ship. But not everyone was on board with Lu and Bao Di. They were scared. If they weren't successful, the captain would beat them up all to a pulp. And that was probably...
That is a statement. That is a statement. That is definitely... It is not illegal. Sorry, I'm checking on a chat because it stopped on my phone. But it is not illegal to kill someone on international waters. Why did you have to say that statement? Damn. They damned them all. All the people that died. Jesus Lord.
Just the start of it. And the plan seemed unhinged. Lu and Bao Di's group were going around hiding all the knives and sharp objects on the boat. They were going to hold the captain hostage and hope that he just guided them back towards China. Now, this plan was kind of in the works for a few weeks. The whole thing betted on the fact that they had to refuel. So the boat was going to make it back to a port in Peru, refuel, and that would be the time that they finally take over because they need all that fuel to get all the way to China. They can't run out of fuel, and they can't show up at a port with the captain held hostage. That's not going to work. So June 16th is the day that they're waiting for. They departed December 27th, June 16th. So the whole time they still have to work. They have to make sure that Captain Lee has no idea about their plan to overtake the ship. And I would say every other week it was a new thing going on. One week it'd be like, the plan is on, we got to do this. Then the next week, nobody would be talking about it anymore. So a lot of people thought maybe everybody's kind of cooled off. The plan is off.
No
But
way.
Captain Lee would make sure it happened.
Oh.
If you talked back to Captain Lee, if you were a little too slow, you would walk back to your cabin with a black eye. Or worse, he would degrade you, scream at you, threaten to throw you overboard to the sharks unless you get down on your knees on the squid ink-drenched sticky floors and apologize to him.
Oh, God.
And every time he did this, the others would just glance at each other and they would feel a lot more sure about their plan.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't be Captain Lee that dies. It'd be Chef Zia, the replacement chef that would be the first to be murdered.
Why?
June 16th, 2011, the ship refueled at a port in Peru, and it was time. That night, Jin, this is Lu's right-hand man, the 19-year-old, Lu, Baodi, the Mongolian leader, and a few others, they barge into the captain's cabin. What the hell are you guys doing? They're standing there. Take us home. No, I'm not doing this again. Go back to your stations now. The captain turned around expecting them to leave, but he turned back and they were still there. Lu reaches into his pocket, takes out a knife, and stabs it straight into the captain's thigh. Blood starts gushing out. The others knock the captain over. They just start pummeling him. All their frustrations, taking it out directly on his face. They lift him up, sit him down on the chair, wrap a long, thick rope around him. He's got nowhere to go. He's tied to this chair now. If you don't take us home, we will throw you overboard to the sharks. Okay, I'll take you home. None of this is necessary. I'll take you home. The orders were given. All workers were to reel in the fishing equipment and prepare to set sail. When that announcement went off, immediately, the Dalian group felt like something was wrong. They rushed towards the captain's quarters, but they're stopped outside by two of Lu's minions. They're screaming at each other at this point. They can even hear Lu screaming from inside the captain's room, "I'll kill all of you!" A few of the captain's men are putting their hands in the air, showing their palms like, whoa, okay, it's not that serious. If every single person wants to go home, we'll take you home. Really, like, you don't have to be like this. Just tell us right now, and that'll be the end of it. We can turn around. It looks like everything's going smoothly, but in comes Chef Zia. He managed to find a kitchen knife that they didn't hide, and he's screaming, "Who do you sons of bitches think you are trying to hijack a ship?" This was not going to end well.
No.
The whole trip, Chef Zia and one of Lu's guys had been going at it. Like, they literally tried to stab each other last week before this. They hated each other. And now both of them had knives in their hands standing in front of the captain's room. They're standing there yelling at each other. And then Chef Zia decides he's had enough. He walks past the other guys, shoulder butting one of them on his way into the captain's room. And from behind, he hears a sharp noise. He looks down and there's blood coming out of his mouth. He had been stabbed in the back.
Yeah.
Literally. One of the other guys takes an iron bar and strikes him in the back of the knees, so he falls down into the kneeling position, coughing up blood. The guy that Chef Zia had problems with walks around to face him, and he's towering over him because Chef Zia is kneeling now. Stares into his eyes, lifts his arm, and plunges the knife into his chest now.
Damn.
Lu runs over, grabs the knife from his little minion, his friend, and instead of stopping him or telling him, "This isn't the way we're handling things," he starts stabbing the chef's butt and thighs. Everyone on the deck could hear the screams coming from the captain's quarters.
Shit.
And then they heard a splash, followed by silence.
Yeah, they threw the body overboard.
They would find out later that Chef Zia was still alive after all the stabbings. Lu ordered his men to pick him up and throw him overboard for the sharks.
Oh, God.
Zach was down in the deck area when this happened, and he remembered 19-year-old Jin coming down from the captain's room, and he said, "Hey, you got any cigarettes?" He sounded so normal. Zach was so scared, he quietly passed him one, and Jin's hand was shaking when he took it from Zach.
Yeah.
He couldn't even light it. He just said, "Chef Zia's dead." Everything changed that night on that ship.
Yeah.
Zach was called up.
Well, now
to
you have a
Lou's
captain
group
that
by the
has
man who stabbed Chef
a
Sia.
stab wound
The guy
now.
that hated Chef Sia. Zach's taking it as long as he can because who knows? Is he getting stabbed next? I mean, he didn't have problems with anyone on this boat, but like, these people are unhinged. He goes there slowly. Lance, the guy who killed Chef Sia, puts his arm around him. Zach, why don't you go and get some sleep? We like breakfast early. You're gonna be our next chef.
Oh.
Okay, sir.
So his name is Lance.
Yeah.
First killer.
First killer. Okay.
Lance led him to the stairway and pushed him forward. There was blood everywhere from Chef Sia's death. Zach wasn't wearing shoes. He was barefoot.
Oh,
he
shit.
looks back and Lance is like, come on, go on. He stepped into the blood, and when he got to his cabin, he calmly wiped his feet, took off his rain gear, and he laid down in his bed, and he said he could not fall asleep the entire night.
Yeah.
He was so scared for
I
his life.
would be freaked
He just
out that
laid there
someone's gonna come
thinking,
and
what
murder
the hell
me.
is going to happen next here? Actually, nobody on that ship really slept that night. They were so scared. Bao Di, the leader of the Mongolian group, he tried to ease the tension and he said, if we're down a crew, we're down a crew. It's fine. When we get back, we'll say that he fell into the sea or was dragged down by a fish. These things happen at sea all the time.
Damn.
It's not a big deal.
Trying to cover the
That
tracks
did not help
today.
anyone. Nobody got sleep.
Because
The
that's,
next
they
day,
can
the
say that
ship
about
was sailing
anyone
back
on the
towards
ship.
China. Captain Lee was kept under close watch, and the rest of the management Dalian group were scared to do anything against the orders. They were just doing as they were told. Everyone felt like they had to watch their backs. Like they could not turn their back on anyone. They always had to be alert, always listening, and they still had 50 days to go on this ship to get back to China. It was clear that the new
50
captains were
days?
Lu and Bao Di. They took turns on duty. They watched the captain. They make sure that the boat was headed towards back home. They patrolled the deck with knives and sticks. Zach focused on cooking. The cargo still had fresh vegetables, so he tried his best to cook the yummiest food because who knows, maybe you get off for not even cooking good food.
Yeah.
Who even knows anymore? And eventually, slowly, everyone starts getting relaxed again, playing
Okay.
cards, smoking around each other, drinking. Well, everybody but Lu.
Yeah.
Something was happening with Lu up there in his mind.
Yeah.
Lu did not like hearing the whispers. If he felt like you were whispering with someone, he
He's
would
getting
sneak up on you so quietly you wouldn't even know that
He's
he's
getting
standing inches away
paranoid
from your head.
about what they're
and then he
saying.
would loudly ask, "What are you talking about?" "Oh, geez, nothing." Sometimes he would scream from afar, "You guys over there, what are you gathering and speaking so softly about? Are you afraid someone might hear you?" He felt like he was going crazy.
The
He knew that people were
paranoia.
whispering
It's
about
the
him. They were trying to kill him. He
paranoia.
could feel
It's
it.
the paranoia.
Lu went around double checking, triple checking that all the knives were confiscated, the life rafts were tied up with steel bars, and the life jackets were also locked up so that nobody could escape, nobody could hurt him.
Oh, God.
Lu was suspicious of everyone, even his
Yeah.
closest friends. Zach wasn't Lu's close friend, but he noticed that something very dark was happening inside of Lu. He was convinced the management team were going to kill him and take credit for saving the ship and crew from the hijackers. He thought they're going to go to the company and say, "Look what I did. Look how I stopped the hijackers. Pay me extra money." The others tried to calm Lu down. They wouldn't do that. That would just be so dumb. You know, I think
Yeah.
at this point, all of us, we just want to go home safely and put this behind us.
Yeah.
But one night, one of Lu's men pulled him to the side in the cabin and he whispered, "They're trying to fight back. They've asked me to join up against you. They're up against you and all of your friends."
Who is?
The management team. Lu was upset but not surprised.
Yeah,
What
well,
else did I
that.
say? Bo, the guy who was telling him everything he knew that the managers were talking about, he said July 20th, near the coast of Hawaii, they're going to do something. So instead, that day, Lu ordered the slaughter of 6 men from the management group and Bo. If Bo was out here
And
spilling all the secrets of
Bo?
the management team, he could not be trusted with Lu's secrets.
Holy
the
fuck.
day of the hunt, Lu used the loudspeakers to play music. He didn't want the neutral people to freak out at the sounds of murder. But all it did was put everyone more on edge because it's not
Yeah.
like a soundproof vacuum. They can hear screams. They
But
can
then
see
also
blood. They can hear splashes
hear
of people screaming as they're
music.
being thrown overboard.
Oh, my
It
God.
just feels like they're in some
Psychologically,
sort of
that's
horror movie.
insane.
The second person to be killed on that boat was stabbed through the back as well. The knife went through his entire body. He was still alive and trying to run away from the killers, but they blocked his path and just went into this frenzy, stabbing him. When he finally gave up fighting, they dragged him like a rag doll to the edge of the boat and threw him in the water. The guy they just
Yeah.
killed, his brother was on the boat too, so
Oh,
they needed to
fuck.
get him next.
Oh,
They ran
fuck.
into the brother's cabin. It was a coordinated attack. One person grabbed the brother's arms, pinned them upwards on the bed. The others just started stabbing everywhere. The bed sheets, the mattress completely soaked in blood. It was dripping onto the floor underneath. He was dead when he was thrown overboard, like
Okay.
his brother. Next, the killer started hunting the rest of the management team. They lured out Peter from his bedroom. They were waiting behind the door. The minute he stepped out, they stabbed him.
Yeah.
Peter started freaking out, decided to make a run for it. He ran to the deck, and he had a split-second choice to make. Either die by stabbing like the others, or drown.
Drown.
He looked down, and he jumped to his death with the squid. Lou was content, but he wasn't done. He went into the cabins, dragged another one out, stabbed him, threw him into the sea, and there was just one more person he wanted to kill that day. Wang. They barge into Wang's cabin, just start stabbing him everywhere. Wang was asleep, so he woke up screaming in pain. He's trying to grab anything nearby to hit the killer with. He ends up falling from his bed. They disembowel him, and they taunt him. What's the matter? Your guts are spilling out. Oh no, what to do now? When they were done, the killers were drenched in blood. Zach was in that same room as Wang, laying frozen in his bunk bed. Lou straightened up, turned. He's covered in blood, and he saw Zach laying there. He looked at him and said, I asked you to join us at the start, but you didn't.
Wait, Zach is a roommate there?
With Wang.
Oh,
So
shit.
he just witnessed the whole murder?
And he did not move. He's just laying there in fear.
Whoa.
He just looks at him and says, I asked you to join us at the start, but you wouldn't. Are you scared now? Zach was terrified. It seemed like Lou was excited after the killing.
Yeah.
He had this huge smile on his face that Zach would never forget, but it would not be the last time that he saw it. Lou was no longer a man. He was like an animal. Lou smiled and said, Don't worry, Zach. I'm not going to touch you. You're like my brother. And with that, he walked out, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Zach did not believe a single word he said. He had known him for a few months, and there were already 10 dead people. Who could believe anything Lou said?
Yeah.
Zach said, You can't imagine how powerful Lou became when he was killing people. He was a completely different man. When Lou's men were too scared to actually stab someone to death, Lou would walk over to, quote, show him how it's done. He would ruthlessly plunge knives into victims, and it was the full descent of Lou's madness.
Yeah.
He wasn't even done killing.
So here's the thing. It is definitely as fucked up as me saying this. It is definitely also, once again, just seeing if cat. I love, still, the last thing that someone has put in chat has been sperms. Squids look like sperm, if you're just trying to figure out why the fuck it just says sperms in the chat. But, so the whole thing is, it is a very, like, it's been studied before about the complexities of people who have committed murder and then who become, like, serial killers, like serial murders. It is a struggle between power and thinking that you are smarter than the people that you murder because they're dumb enough to fall for whatever tricks or whatever things that they have said or done for you to then be able to have them in this vulnerable state. It is something that's been studied. It's been something that's been researched on. So like it makes complete sense that knowing that they, one, have support, they have people that will also commit these crimes with them, and two, that like they feel the power dynamic of taking that person's life and like knowing that they got one upped, or they one up that individual. Like a person can get very, I don't want to call it cocky because I feel it's not a powerful enough word, but they get so confident that they are, one, the top, and two, have all of it under their thumb and under their control. Like that's basically what's happening here. He is doing these murders, he's committing these crimes, he has the manpower around him to support that. Like it's very, I love what my watch said I'm active when I'm literally just using my hands. Anyways, it's damn. Once again, this is only one person's account of this. They haven't, like, it's not everyone's account, so we don't really fully know, but still, that's crazy.
He was no longer the Lou that anybody recognized. And I don't want to say that to give this man an excuse, but he truly becomes more and more unhinged. And I don't think that he's insane. Like, I don't think he could use that as a defense, but he's still an animal in prison. Let's just leave it at that. That night, the hunt continued. Bo, the informant that warned Lou about all of this, he was stabbed and thrown into the water. This just became a pattern. Men were either stabbed and thrown into the water, dead or alive. Others were given a choice, and I don't think they're being nice about it. They just want to torture you. They would give you the choice. Don't be stabbed and see if you can swim. Swim to land. Maybe you'll make it. Jump. Sometimes Lou would get all Pirates of the Caribbean, or I don't know what movie or what reality he's living in, but he would make the man stand on the edge of the boat and he would kick them in the chest, like literally kick them off the boat into the cold, dark sea. This is the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah.
So now he's killing more people?
Yeah, just for fun now. Anyone he thinks is going to kill him, he's like, I might as well just kill him.
Anyone that he thinks
I
to
already know.
overpower
Maybe
him.
they're my friend, but if I feel like they looked at me a little weird, I might as well just kill them. This is the Pacific Ocean. On average, it's about 13,000 feet deep. I mean, there's really no answer on what this would feel like. But one netizen said, there are problems when you're thrown into the ocean, deep into the ocean. First danger, drowning. But let's say you have a life jacket, which these men didn't.
Yeah.
Or let's say you managed to keep your head above water. Great. The next danger is cold. Cold water extracts heat from you very, very
Hypothermia.
quickly. In Arctic water, you have less than 15 minutes till things in your body start breaking down. In 60-degree water, maybe a few hours. Warmer tropical water, maybe days. But then you have the danger of wildlife. Sharks. Time estimate on that? Unknown. But let's say you can overcome all those things. The next issue is MASD. Moisture-associated skin damage. The netizen writes, you know how your skin gets all wrinkly in the pool after a few hours? Your skin can start to blister. After a day in water, your skin can start to peel off. And that would, without a doubt, attract the aforementioned wildlife.
It can
Time to
peel
death?
off?
Probably a few days, max. And the beating tropical sun is going to make it pretty hard to avoid drinking the salty water all around you. Even if you have the discipline of a Navy SEAL, you could still end up drinking some accidentally. Drinking this water is only going to dehydrate you faster.
More. Yeah, because
Also,
salt water.
the salty ocean will absorb some of your fluids through contact osmosis. Although dehydration is said to be fatal in about 3 days, it'd probably be 2 days. After the first hunt on the ship, the loud music cut off and a total of 11 people were gone from the ship.
Damn.
There were 33 people. Now there's only
22
people on the ship.
Fuck.
But it was supposed to be 23. Lou was sure. He thought about which people he wanted to kill. It was premeditated. So where did the extra person go? Where did they go? Were they hiding somewhere? Lou starts losing it, trying to count the life jackets, making sure none of the rafts are missing. The college student Michael, who came because he couldn't find a job, he was missing. Because everybody snaps in different ways. Michael had just graduated college, and he knew even if he made it all the way back to land, he would never be able to look at himself or people ever the same.
Yeah.
Not after all the blood that he saw on this boat. So he jumped off the ship to his death. When Lou found out, he had this incredibly condescending laugh, and he said, "Why did he jump? I wasn't going to kill him, that poor kid. I was going to use him as my spy." Michael had snapped. And Zach, he was in full survival mode. His brain blocked out how bad it was. He was blocking out everything that he was seeing. The only time he kind of had some sort of idea was when he was prepping meals. He went from prepping 32 meals to now just 22. Once when he was serving meals, he got so anxious, he went up to the deck and he started pacing. He felt like he was going to have a panic attack. And one of Lou's guys came up to him and said, "Stop stressing out. Nobody has it in it for you. We're all buddies. We're not going to touch you. Look, if you get a proper job one day, I'll look out for you, you know?" But all of it just sounded so fake. Zach snapped at him crying, "Just warn me first if you guys decide to kill me, okay? And I'll just throw myself overboard, save you the trouble." Zach started looking for small spaces to hide on the boat. I mean, there was nowhere. He even briefly thought about getting into the freshwater tank, but it was so easy to spot him inside, and there's no way for him to close the lid from the inside. He tried to rip up any sort of foam insulation in the ship to see if he could crawl into the insulation. He tried stealing a life jacket or a raft. I mean, anything. Something. All he came down to was, if he's out in that water and he's still alive, he could maybe eat fish eyes. They have drinkable water content in them. That's all he knew. He was taught, eat fish eyes if you're thirsty. But even
Oh,
that's pointless.
that's interesting,
In the middle of
to
the
be
Pacific
honest.
Ocean, they can't even see land nearby. The closest land to them was Japan, and Japan was 1,000 miles away at this point. If you took a boat, you would travel 1,000 nautical miles in 5 to 10 days, depending on the boat. 5 to 10 days.
But that's with a boat
on
that
a
you could
boat.
have direction.
There was no way. That's if the sharks didn't even get Zach first. What was the point of staying alive in the water when he was going to die anyway?
Yeah.
Zach's new mission became just to stay alive for as long as possible, because if he were killed and thrown overboard, at least he could be a little bit closer to home. Maybe his parents could put him to rest.
Oh.
As they got near to Japan, Lou told everybody on that boat, 22 people, that he had a friend in Japan that could get them fake passports, but they would need to send money to get it done. He wanted all of them to use the satellite phone to call their families, ask them to transfer $1,000 into Lou's girlfriend's account, and she would get them fake passports.
Oh.
There was just something about the way that Lou was urging everyone to do it. The message was very clear. The underlying message was, I don't care if you get these fake passports or not, because I don't think you're going to get off this boat. The Mongolian group were now getting sick of Lou. They were sick of him bossing them around, acting like they were dumb. They knew what he was planning to do. They knew where that money was going.
Yeah.
The plan to overthrow Lou was in the works by the Mongolians.
Oh, shit.
The first step they decided was to create chaos within Lou's group. Baudi, the Mongolian leader, would pull aside 19-year-old Jin, Lou's 19-year-old best friend / sidekick, and he would tell Jin that Lou plans to kill everyone else on the boat minus a few of his old buddies, and he was planning on escaping to Japan without the rest of them. And Jin's not a good candidate to keep alive. First of all, he's too young, he's too immature, Lou might feel like it's a risk, and he's still too frail from being sick. Baudi's plan was to plant seeds in Jin's mind, make him want to move over to the Mongolian side.
Yeah.
And it seemed like it was working. Jin agreed with them. He has been ruthless. I feel like he's changed. He keeps pressuring me to call my family to give them money.
Oh, shit.
I don't know. It's just so heartless.
Oh, shit. Oh,
Side
shit.
note, Baudi approached Jin because Jin was actually from Mongolia. So his parents now lived in Beijing, but he was from Mongolia. So there's a bit of an alliance there.
Yeah.
He chose him out of everybody else. Immediately after their conversation, Jin went to Lou and said, I have something to tell you. What is it? It's really serious. Baudi wants me killed. How did you know? Yes. 4 days after the last hunt, the one that killed a good chunk of the boat off,
Wait,
Lou
what?
was planning the final slaughter.
Wait, so Jin, the little kid, immediately sold. Okay.
The Mongolians out
About
to
to,
them.
yeah.
Lou pulled up a chair in front
Damn.
of the captain, who was still being held hostage, by the way.
Yeah.
He sat
Is
in
he
front
still
of him,
alive?
elbows on his knees, and he
That's
said,
also
"I've got
the more surprising. Like, this man got stabbed. I don't think they have medical personnel. If not, half of them were not even, more than half of them were not even Marine, like, licensed to be out there. What medical training that they have for someone who was stabbed, unless they kept the knife in there? It's surprising the captain's still alive to me in my brain. In my brain, the captain being alive right now is kind of crazy.
7 or 8 men's blood on my hand. And if the rest of you want to live, you'll have to get blood on your hands too, including you, Captain. Your best friend, Officer Wang, is dead. Baudi killed him, ruthlessly. I mean, I'm evil, but he was really brutal with it. Stabbed him over and over and over again. I mean, I thought the guy was possessed. I didn't know where he had the energy. Not when it came to squid fishing, that's for sure. The captain was locked in the control room during the hunt, and there was
So he
loud
doesn't
music playing, so he had no
know. So he
idea who
doesn't
killed who. He just knew
know.
that some of his best friends on that boat were dead. He knew there was blood everywhere, and a third of the crew were gone after that night. And now Lou's telling him it was Baudi who killed your best friend.
Oh, no.
Captain Lee starts getting worked up at the realization that Baudi killed his best friend, and Lou tells him there's a way to get revenge. Kill Baudi. Kill him, and we'll let you live too.
Oh, God.
Lou's favorite thing on this boat was having his friends kill people. He called it getting their hands dirty. If they don't have dirty hands, they would have no incentive to not turn them in when they get to land. He needed everybody to be bonded by blood and murder. He told Captain Lee if he got his hands dirty, he would let him live.
Oh,
Captain
shit.
Lee agreed. But there was another boy on that boat that really wanted to help. Charlie.
That wanted to
Charlie was
help?
Zach's friend who introduced him to this squid
Oh,
fishing,
yeah.
squid games torture.
He wants to
Charlie
help?
really wanted to be accepted by Lou. He practically showed up at Lou's cabin door on a daily basis, begging him, being like, if you ever need anything, I'm here for you. Like, don't you ever worry. If you ever need anything at all, if you need someone to kill someone, I'm here for you. I can help you.
I wonder if this is a
Some argued
survival
that Charlie
thing.
did everything he could to survive.
Yeah.
Others argued the guy is just bloodthirsty. I guess it's up for you to
It
decide.
could be both.
But Lou
It could
decided
definitely
to
be
use
both.
Captain Lee and Charlie, who had been somewhat neutral since all of this, and he would use the two of them to lure Bao D onto the deck. That night, Bao D came onto the deck alone. Charlie snuck up behind him, stabbed him in the back. Captain Lee came up in front of him, pretended to catch him from his fall, and then stabbed him through the chest. Together, the captain and Charlie took out their knives and plunged again and again
Damn.
in the front and back in unison on the boat.
Damn.
Bao D broke free, stumbled to the edge of the boat.
Also, another thing about this whole entire situation, because they're getting pushed off the boat and are into sea, there's not a lot of craft. I'm guessing that at the end of this, they'll talk about this. There's not a lot of things that they can use to cross-reference that these events happen in this way, because they also don't have bodies. Because most likely they drown and get eaten by the wildlife. So these bodies aren't just floating up to shore. They're getting, most likely will be getting consumed by the wildlife in the water. So yeah, so like even like this stuff, like them talking about where people are getting stabbed, like also none of that can technically be verified, I guess. We'll see if they find like any bodies or anything like that at the end of this, but I'm assuming they don't.
Boat and threw himself over the edge. Charlie smiled because it was his first kill ever, and he smeared all the blood over his face and screamed, "I've been bloodied now." Lou lured out the rest of the Mongolian inner circle to come back onto the deck. 3 of them were forced to jump into the ocean. 2 of them were stabbed to death and then flung over the side of the ship into the water.
Ooh.
And at this point, there were only 16 people left on the boat.
16.
Lou was exhausted from his night of killing. He ordered everybody stop, mainly himself, and he gathered everybody's knives. He went back to his room with 2 of his minions guarding the door. But that night, after getting 0 sleep, after hearing all the screams and just trying to ignore it and act like nothing was happening, trying to act invisible so that he wasn't randomly targeted next, Zach was laying in bed when he feels a tap on his shoulder. It was one of Lou's guys.
Oh.
Lou wants to talk to you.
Uh-oh.
Zach froze. His head starts spinning. He's thinking, okay, I'm next. He
Yeah.
gets up as slowly as possible, savoring the last moments of his life. He's dragging his feet, following the henchman to the captain's cabin that Lou had taken over. The door opens, and Lou is sitting on the bed. He looks up. Don't be scared. It's nothing. We'll be in Japan in a couple of days, and you've got nothing to worry about. You don't have blood on your hands. Anyone without blood on their hands can just go back to China, and everything will be fine. Then he looked at Zach and said, "Go to the kitchen and cook some noodles. We're starting to get hungry." Zach gulped, opened the door, and
Damn.
walked out with his life.
Oh, damn.
He was one of the lucky ones. Out of the 33, like I said, only 15 were left now.
He
But we
had to
know
have killed someone,
that only
though.
11 come back, so we still have 4 more to go. They were just a few days out from Japan when everyone started scrambling at 4 a.m. The ship had suddenly lost power. The engines were down. The lights are down. The entire ship is tilting to one side. Everyone's
it's gonna
belongings are
capsize.
just crashing into the sides of the walls.
It's capsizing.
Everyone's running out of their bunk beds, running towards the deck and the captain's quarters to figure out what the hell is happening. Lou orders a thorough check of the ship, and he discovers 2 things. There were only 14 people left on the boat. So 1 person is missing. And the ship's main valve was open. The ship's valve lets water into the main area of the ship.
Yeah.
They were able to stop it, block it, stop the water that's coming in, but it's too late. The ship feels like it's slowly sinking. It was discovered that in the middle of the night while everybody slept, one of the engineers left alive from the management team opened the ship's valves, deliberately trying to kill everyone on board, and then jumped into the water himself.
Oh, shit.
Lou ordered everyone to use the water pump to help pump out the water, but when that wasn't working fast enough, he ordered them to tie together all the floatable things like planks of wood, anything. Float them together. We need to get all the life rafts out. They really only had like 1 working life raft that was inflatable, and they need to stock it with food. So if this ship goes down, at least they have food and they can try and survive out in the open waters. And when the ship kept tilting dramatically to one side, they did the last thing you want to do after committing mass murder on a boat. They sent out a distress signal
Oh, no.
so that they could be found. The boat was going down. Either they all die out at sea, or they try to find a way out of this.
Yeah.
Lou's survival instinct was very strong. So there were 3 people that were now loading up this life raft, and they had plopped it into the water. It's working. So now it's up to them to climb down the ladder and put the food in. So they do. And
They left?
Zach sees them floating away, and at first he's confused and he thought something bad was happening, so he threw them a rope. But one of the men on the raft grabs the rope he throws at them, throws it back into the water, and he screams, "They have knives. They're planning on killing more men. We're not coming back." By the time Lou saw what was happening, the raft was so far gone out, it was the size of your fist.
Oh, shit.
He did not scream or curse like everyone expected him to. He just stared into the water. He slowly sat down on the deck. Everyone got quiet. The boat is sinking. The raft is gone. The distress signals were sent out. But who knows if people are ever coming.
And they took food. They took food with them. So there's supply of food. They took food. Okay. Smart. Kind of smart. Because, okay, if they already sent out the distress signal, there's a higher likelihood that they would run into whatever rescuers are coming to get them. Okay, kind of smart. Kind of smart in the situation. Now that I'm thinking about it again, no, kind of smart for the situation.
Coming, and even if they did, they were going to die for their crimes. After a long pause, Lou got up and said, "It's fine. If they rescue us, we blame them for everything. The people on the raft, they killed everyone, left us for dead. That's what we say." Nobody was listening to him, though. They were staring behind him at the blue water. He whipped around, and the raft was drifting back to the boat.
Oh.
The current was sending the raft back straight into the ship.
Oh.
And no amount of pedaling was helping the escapees get away from the ship. And any humanity left in some of these people broke that moment. They became full-on animals. There's a very famous quote by Friedrich Nietzsche. "If you gaze long into the abyss also gazes into you."
Yeah.
And maybe these men had been gazing too long into the abyss of the ocean. Because now, they were animals. It had only been 8 months. When that raft floated back, all of them grabbed knives, squid knives, anything they could, and their spit was spewing out of their mouths. They were screaming, their eyes were crazed, they grabbed all the weapons, veins were popping out of their necks, and they started chucking weapons at the raft.
Chucking their weapons?
They were hunting for humans again. Many of the ones on the raft, the 3 of them were stabbed. Knives were getting thrown and embedded into their arms, sides, thighs, the raft. Blood was seeping out of the raft and making the water around them red. One of the men, Song, he jumped into the water and started swimming towards the ladder of the ship, begging Lou to spare his life. Lou ordered him to be pulled in. He had a head wound. He was bleeding. The others, they escaped, but they were screaming in the water for their lives because the sharks are coming soon. They could smell the blood.
Yeah.
Lou squats down next to Song on the deck, and he grabs a paper towel and puts it to his head. He turns around and he said, "Zach, Xavier, you guys are the only ones that don't have blood on your hands. Throw him into the water." So he literally only brought him up
so that they
these
could
2
murder
could get blood
him.
on their hands. Zach was like, "What?" "Like I said, you guys are the only ones." Xavier was so scared he grabbed the nearby squid knife and he braced himself and started speed walking towards Song, but Lou stopped him and said, "Too much of a mess. Just tie him up and throw him into the water." So that's what they did. And the whole time Song was begging, "Lou, please, we're brothers, remember? Why are you ditching me? You don't hate me that much, right? I promise I'm not going to say anything when I get back." Lou just watched quietly as Song was lifted and thrown to the water.
Tied up.
Everything went silent. And almost like some sort of pirate legend, a typhoon hit, washing off a lot of the blood on the deck and buying the crew some time before the distress signal could be intercepted and people would come to rescue them. For some reason, the boat did not sink. It didn't sink, but the engines were no longer capable of turning back on, so they can't move. So they're just stuck in the water, going with the way of the current.
Oh, shit. So
Lou
coordinate-wise,
everybody
they probably
clean
don't
up the
know.
blood, and while the storm raged on and the rain was pouring in, Lou went over the plan over and over again. Everyone took turns memorizing it. Bao Di and his men killed the management team off, and then the 4 that died on the raft, they're the ones that killed Bao Di and the Mongolians, and then they escaped, leaving us for dead, trying to sink the ship. The last time Zach saw Lou was in prison. Zach was walking past Lou's cell. Lou was laying in bed, the same way he laid on the bed on the boat. It's like nothing had changed. He was still on the boat in his mind, it looked like. Lou smiled at Zach through the bars. He lifted one of his hands, pointed 2 fingers at Zach, cocked it like a gun, pew, shooting it at Zach and he smiled. That was the last time Zach saw Lou before Lou died.
Oh,
All
Lou
11,
died.
quote, survivors of the boat were found guilty. The sentences were handed out November 14th, 2012, which, side note, Lou's mom even said none of this would have happened if the victims were strong swimmers. I guess implying everyone could have swam away from a homicidal maniac. It was...
That is a statement to make after a shit ton of people died. What the fuck? They could have made it if they were just good swim. Damn, man. Damn.
It's just a wild statement to make in court.
Yeah.
6 of the men were sentenced to death. The other 5 were given lesser sentences in varying degrees because I guess the courts decided they didn't play as active of a role in the killings. Zach was released after 4 years on good behavior.
Okay.
And on his way out, he saw 19-year-old Jen. And Zach asked the guards to wait. He got up to the steel bars and asked Jen, "Hey, do you need anything? I'm getting out. I can mail you something." 23-year-old Jen smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. My parents are sending me stuff, but look after yourself and just forget all this happened." And with that, he smiled and he waved at Zach. Jen had been sentenced to death. Lou Jin, along with 4 others, were executed in 2016.
Okay.
Lou decided in prison that he was going to escape. He tried to convince his cellmate to help him. He was caught. And instead of, I don't know, putting him into like solitary confinement, they just tied him to his bed every day by all 4 limbs.
By all 4
he
limbs?
was like that for 4 years until he was executed.
Damn.
Shinfa Food Company, the company that sent the ships out, they compensated the victims around $60,000 each. Some victims' relatives stated they were pressured by the food company to not talk to the media about anything. And in the end, nothing happened to this food company.
Oh, what?
And a lot of these fishing companies in China, if you will even just Google like squid fishing industry, it is scary. There have been bodies that have been washed ashore, notes in water bottles filled with rice that have been washed ashore, random people from Southeast Asia that have been recruited to work on these ships. They would be just dumped on the ports, like literally about to die.
Oh my
and they
God.
were all on these squid fishing boats.
Oh no.
Like the stories coming out of there are really terrifying and nobody's talking about it. Nobody. We're just eating calamari. Because I guess it's not something, it wasn't even on my radar, you know? It was never something that comes up on TikTok or is on the news of like, you guys will never guess what happened. It just kind of gets buried with everything else going on. But it's something I would look into if you guys are into stuff like that or just curious, intrigued, want to do something. Zach is now back in his hometown taking care of his mom. His girlfriend, the whole reason he went on this fishing trip for, she ended up moving away.
Oh.
And Zach knows that he could technically go looking for her and explain to her what happened and try to win her over, the love of his life, but he can't. He says he feels embarrassed even at the idea of seeing her again. Because he's just a village boy and she's in Shanghai now. And that is the story of the crazy 8 months at sea. I mean, I just kept thinking about this story because right now there's a cruise that's going on for 9 months. And I know obviously the situation is different, but this is, I think, the world's longest cruise is 9 months. It's happening right now. I think recently it got flooded. There was a little bit of drama on board.
Yeah.
And I just can't imagine being out at sea. I know they stop by the ports and they don't go as deep into the sea as the squid fishers, nor are they in, you know, it's a luxury cruise. It's like $70,000 per person for 9 months.
What?
Yeah.
$70,000 per person to be out. Damn, I thought my trip was too much. $70,000. And like, okay, so like even within like the industry I'm in right now, I know people that get contracted to be entertainers on like cruise ships. And even like with that, people talk about how, you know, not seeing land and doing like that kind of stuff and like not having, you know, access to some things and like being the disconnect of everything. Like, yeah, like that's a whole other thing on itself. But like this story was insane.
What?
All food included and everything, but still it's unhinged.
That's a
So
lot
again,
of
it's
money.
a luxury
Whoa.
experience compared to this, but I think just the idea of being stuck on a ship with that many people, strangers, it
Yeah.
just feels scary. But that's it for today's
'Cause you
video.
don't know
Let me
really
know in the
anyone.
comments, what are your thoughts on this case? Do you think that any 33 people left on a boat would succumb to this under the exact circumstances that they were in? How would you have handled it? And do you think Zach is a survivor or he's also a villain? Let me know in the comments.
Because once
And
again,
stay
we
safe.
can't
I will see you guys
determine
on
that.
Sunday. Bye.
We cannot thoroughly exactly. Anyways, we cannot determine that to be a fact. We cannot be like, oh yeah, definitely, like they are not a villain, like they're fine. Like we cannot state that for a fact, mostly because, oh wait, that man thought he was living in a movie. Yeah, no, straight up, he thought he was in a movie, that this was gonna end up fine, he was gonna get away somehow. Yeah, that's why you get wrinkly in water. LOL. Yeah. See, the whole thing is, I don't know if we could say poor Zach, mostly because he's the only story. This is the only person that was willing to like talk to anyone about it. Like that's what it is. Like they were the only person that was like willing to be like, yeah, like no, this is what happened. But if there's no other accounts and there's no bodies that they can cross reference with anything that was said, like how, like we don't fully know. Once again, like I'm not trying to say that this person's story is completely fabricated. There could be parts that aren't true, but once again, we don't know the full validity of the truth of the matter, because everyone has their own perspective of things that happen. Two, these people were at sea, like there could have been a lot of more psychological things that are happening, so they could be, the brain does a thing where if they don't fully remember parts of a story, they will fill in the gaps. Even if that process didn't happen, or if something didn't happen that certain way, your brain will fill in gaps so that the story makes sense again. And that it's like something that you can recall on. And like that's why, like when people talk about, this is a really, really dumb example of this, but like telephone, where they talk about like someone stating a statement, even within like 4 passes of telephone, majority of times it gets changed, the story gets changed. But yeah, I realized the chat wasn't loading when on my phone, so like I didn't see any of this new stuff. But yeah, like poor Zach that they went through that. But at the same time, like it's really hard for my brain to be like, this is only one person's account. Unfortunately, there are people that, not unfortunately, like if it's so true, everything that was said, they got the death penalty. They a lot of people that were involved in this also died. But the people who also are still living and survived and like did not get death sentences, they also haven't come forward. So it can't be corroborated of anything. Yeah. Yeah, true. We really don't know what really happened, though, so we can't pinpoint either he's a survivor or a predator. Yeah, you can't really state how much he was actually involved in anything, because he's the only person that, like, came forward to even talk about it to begin with. But, like, I feel like some of this had to have been mob mentality. Like, especially how they had Lou. If everything that was stated was factual, like all of that was happening, I think a little bit of mob mentality had to be in play, because they had to have that mindset of like, okay, this is the gang. This is the people that are going to have each other's back to wreak havoc on everyone else around. And I do also kind of feel like the part in Zach's retelling of the story of them like looking through installation and seeing places to hide, I truly believe that. Because if you're stuck in a situation, means of survival is really high. Like, even like with people who get kidnapped, they're on land. They have like so much population around them. Like, they can possibly be spotted. They can possibly have someone just visit their property of someone who kidnapped them. Like, there's a lot of other factors in this, but they're at sea. There's no one. Like, there's no one that's going to be coming. There's no one that's going to be coming to check in on them. It is just them. So I'm wondering if mob mentality of thinking that they have these relations with these people, but not fully knowing really whoever these people are. Yeah, like it had to. Like, my brain and my half of a degree in psychology feels like that could possibly be what was also at play during all of this. So take everything I say with a grain of salt. Please don't come at me if you're just like, bitch, you dumb. Like, and you know what? You could say, bitch, you dumb. That's chill. I'm fine with that. But either way, so now this is the time for the transition. We did the reaction. We did the Rotten Mango. This one, whoever suggested this one, I think it was EJ and someone else. I think, was it Doreen? I think Doreen also corroborated on this one. Or not corroborated, said like, yeah, this one was a good one. Was it? Yeah. EJ, yeah. Doreen, those two were like, yeah, this is a good one. You're right, this was a good one. And it's a really, like, as fucked up as it is, it's like a really good, like, example of like psychological terror and also psychological, like, mentality at sea, because there's a lot to unpack there for that. But yeah, so I'm gonna be starting transitioning now. We're gonna start playing Doki Doki Literature Club. Okay, I know I'm fucking late. Like, I'm late as can be when it comes to this game. 2017. What was I doing in 2017? I was competing. Oh my god, I was a competitor. Wait, yeah, 2017, I was a competitor, and I think most of my extra, like, time was spent in a dance studio. So I didn't have time really for anything at all. So now that, you know, I'm kind of playing catch up with playing games and doing this kind of stuff, we're gonna play Doki Doki Literature Club. Once again, I am very late to the game on this. I will say I do have spoilers. I do, because this is an older game. But also, I literally know next to nothing, in the sense that I know that it starts as a dating sim but ends in like a horror, and that I know the ending is like fucking insane. That's all about I know, but I don't know how it's insane. I just know it is. But I also know that are trigger warnings in this game. The one that I do know is like depression and suicide. I don't know besides those two if there's any other triggers. But if you do not have the spoons to be in contact with that is fine. Thank you for stopping by, watching a reaction with me. It was a crazy one. That story was insane. But yeah, now so I'm gonna start transitioning to Doki Doki Literature Club. Let me get to my Steam account. I already downloaded it, so we don't have to do any of that. And I'm gonna press play and see what pops up, and then figure out the screen. Oh my gosh, I have to sneeze. Jesus. Okay. This game is not suitable for children or those who are easily disturbed. Great. Individuals suffering from anxiety or depression may not have a safe experience playing this game. For content warning, please visit. And then it's like a page that's like talking about the warnings. Should I visit this page? Hold on. How do I? Okay. By playing Doki Doki Literature Club, you agree that you are at least 13 years of age and you consent to the exposure of highly disturbing content. Y'all, is this it? Is this when I sign my day away right now? I think this is when I sign my day away. I'm sorry. Also, you cannot see anything that I'm looking at. Hold on one second. Stream. Game catcher. I'm gonna put this out already before I press, like, yes, I'm gonna do that. Yes, we're doing that. Doki Doki Little Club. Okay. Let's see. Will you pop up? Pop up. Game, where are you? Game, where did you go? Let's see. Maybe if I do this, will you pop up on here now? Why isn't the game popping up? Hold on. I might have to do the really, really cringe thing of doing window capture. And that's going to literally freak me out. Filters this. Where are you? Game capture. And nothing's popping up. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to do window capture, and it's gonna be cringe, and I'm so sorry, y'all. Okay, let me resize this real quick. Transition. So this is what I'm seeing right now. Also, wait, no, hold on. I want to make this more high, like there, because sometimes it like cuts out the bottom for things, and I don't know why it does that shit, but it does that shit. So this is what I'm seeing. This is asking me to agree. It's saying, I agree by playing Doki Doki Literature Club, you agree that you are at least 13 years of age, and you consent your exposure of highly disturbing content. Here we go. I agree. This game is not suited for children or those who are easily disturbed. Wait, why is this so cute though? Why is this song cute as shit? What the fuck? Sorry. Okay. I need to set up everything else to make sure that it's good. Okay. Where's chat? Where are you? Chat, where'd you go? There you are. Okay. I'm gonna put cat here so I can go back and forth and see. I'm gonna put Doki Doki. Yeah, I can see that. Okay. I think we're good. Well, what's the volume like? I could turn it down a smidge. Okay, I think that's good. Okay. Here we go, and here we go. So, once again, this is called Doki Doki Literature Club. This came out in 2017. This is has a giant content warnings. I know that it deals with depression and suicide and I guess disturbing imagery. So if that is not in your spoons today, you can go. That is okay. I will not be offended. Do best for you today, especially on Valentine's Day. But I do know also it's supposed to be like a dating sim. So that's why I chose this game. And if we don't finish it today, I will be finishing it up tomorrow in tomorrow's stream. But regardless of that, let's get into whatever this is gonna be. Real quick. Do I need to do any setting things? Text speed. Auto forward time. Sound volume. Maybe we'll do it a little bit lower. And then music volume a little bit lower. Okay. Windowed, unseen text, full screen, after choices. Okay, I think it's good. Okay. Let's get into it. They all look cute and harmless, right? They're all cute and harmless people in the literature club. New game. Please enter your name. Lupe. Okay. Hey! I see an annoying girl running towards me. Why am I already calling this poor child annoying? That's mean. I see an annoying girl running towards me from the distance, waving her arms in the air like she's totally oblivious to any attention she might draw to herself. That girl is Sayori, my neighbor, and good friend since we were children. You know, the kind of friend you'd never see yourself making today, but it just kind of works out because you've known each other for so long. Oh, I just have a friend like that. We used to walk to school together on days like this, but starting around high school, she would oversleep more and more frequently and I would get tired of waiting up. Oh, they're oversleeping. That's not good. Are they okay? But if he's going to chase after me like this, I almost feel feel better off running away. Oh. However, I just sigh and idle in front of the crosswalk and let Sayori catch up with me. Sayori, I overslept again. But I caught you this time. Maybe, but only because I decided to stop and wait for you. Okay, but now we're just being a jerk. Why are we being a jerk? You say that like you were thinking about ignoring me. That's mean, Lupe. Good, tell us. Tell us that we're being a mean-ass jerk. Well, if people stare at you for acting weird, then I don't want them to think we're a couple or something. Yeah, we're just being a mean person. Fine. But you did wait for me, after all. I guess you don't have it in you to be mean to me even if you want to. Whatever you say, Sayori. We cross the street together and make our way to school. As we draw near, the streets become increasingly speckled with other students making their daily commute. By the way, Lupe, have you decided on a club to join yet? A club? I told you already. I'm really not... Oh wait, that's me, sorry. I told you already, I'm really not interested in joining any clubs. I haven't been looking either. That's not true. You told me you would join a club this year. Did I? I'm sure it's possible that I did in one of our many conversations where I dismissively go along with whatever she's going on about. I'm not a good friend. What the fuck is this shit? I'm kind of a shitty ass friend. What the fuck? Okay, chat, if you have a friend like this where they are like, well, like, it's not like I said I would or anything like that, or saying like, oh, I didn't remember I said I was doing that. I'm probably just going along with whatever you say. They're not actually invested in your friendship. Like, or they could be really distracted, might be going through something. So it's better to talk out why someone is acting like this. And if they don't give you an answer because they're not ready to talk about it, or they don't give you an answer being like, well, I don't actually think of us as friends, just walk away. It's kind of not worth it at this point. Anyways, Sayori likes to worry a little too much about me when I'm perfectly content just getting by on the average while spending my free time on games and anime. I was asking about how I'm worried that you won't learn how to socialize or have any skills before college. Your happiness is really important to me, you know? And I know you're happy now, but I die at the thought of you becoming a NEET in a few years because you're not used to the real world. What's a NEET? What does NEET mean? I don't know what NEET means. You trust me, right? Don't make me keep worrying about you. Alright. I'll look at a few clubs if it makes you happy. No promises, though. Will you at least promise me that you'll try a little? Yeah, I guess. I'll promise you that. Yay! Why do I let myself get lectured by such a carefree girl? More than that, I'm surprised I even let myself relent to her. I guess seeing her worry so much about me makes me want to ease her mind at least a little bit. Okay, I guess we're not the worst friend. Even if she does exaggerate everything inside her head. The school day is ordinary as ever, and it's over before I know it. After I packed up my things, I stared blankly at the wall, looking for an ounce of motivation. Clubs. Sori wants me to check out some clubs. I guess I have no choice but to start with the anime club. Hello? Sori. Sori must have come into the classroom while I was spacing out. I look around and realize I'm the only one left in the classroom. I thought I'd catch you coming out of the classroom, but I saw you just sitting here spacing out, so I came in. Honestly, you're even worse than me sometimes. I'm impressed. You don't need to wait up for me if it's going to make you late to your own club. Well, I thought you might need some encouragement, so I thought, Know what? Well, that you could come to my club. Sori. Yeah? There is no way I'm going to your club. Meanie? Sori is vice president of the literature club. Not that I was ever aware that she had any interest in literature. In fact, I'm 99% sure she only did it because she thought it would be fun to help start a new club. Since she was the first one to show interest after the one who proposed the club, she inherited the title vice president. That said, my interest in literature is guaranteed to be even less. Yeah, I'm going to the anime club. Come on, please. Why do you care so much anyways? Well, I kind of told the club yesterday that I would bring in new members. And Natsuki made cupcakes and everything. Don't make promises you can't keep. I can't tell Sori is really that much of an airhead or if she's so cunning to have planned all of this out. I let out a long sigh. Fine, I'll stop by for a cupcake, okay? Yes, let's go! And thus today marks the day I sold my soul for a cupcake. Oh, you're selling souls for cupcakes? You should get like something else out of the deal, not just cupcakes. Also, real quick, it's kind of cold in here. I'm about to turn on my space heater, and so if you hear buzzing in the background, it's the space heater. Okay. In here. It plugs in. It do the thing. Does it not have red? Oh, it doesn't have red. Okay, I guess I'll put it on orange. That's fine. Okay, cool. I am back. Once again, if you're gonna sell your soul for something, like, get a little bit more than just a cupcake out of it. I feel like you could get a lot of things from your soul. Or if you, like, sold it or something like that. Anyways. I dejectedly? What does dejectedly mean? I wonder if it means like relentless or not relentlessly. Like they're just kind of annoyed that they're doing it. Maybe because our character seems to be very just annoyed in the concept that we are here and like we have to go to this literature club. I dejectedly follow Sori across the school and upstairs, a section of the school I rarely visit, being generally used to the third year class and activities. Sori, full of energy, swings open the classroom door. Everyone, the new member's here. I told you, don't call me a new member. I glance around the room. Girl 1! Oh, I like the little, hairpin. Cute. Welcome to Literature Club. It's a pleasure meeting you. Sori always says nice things about you. Seriously, you brought a boy? Oh wait, no, this is the second person. Why did I think this was my friend? Okay. I don't know what their voice should be. Seriously, you brought a boy? Way to kill the atmosphere. Ah, Lupe. What a nice surprise. Welcome to the club. All words escape me in this situation. This club. Of course. It's full of incredibly cute girls. What are you looking at? If you want to say something, say it. Sorry. Natsuki. So this is Natsuki. The girl with the sour attitude, whose name is apparently Natsuki, is one I don't recognize. Her small figure makes me think she's probably a first year. She is also the one who made cupcakes, according to Sayori. Sorry. You can just ignore her when she gets moody. Sayori says that quietly into my ear, then turns back towards the other girls. Anyways, this is Natsuki. Oh, he's full of energy. And this is Yuri, the smartest in the club. Don't say things like that. Yuri, who appears completely more mature and timid, seems to have a hard time keeping up with people like Sayori and Natsuki. Well, it's nice to meet both of you. And it sounds like you already know Monica. Monica? I think it's Monica. Is that right? That's right. It's great to see you again, Lupe. Do we know them? Monica smiles sweetly. We do know each other. Well, we rarely talk, but we were in the same class last year. Okay, cool. So we do know this person. Okay, cool, fine. Monica was probably the most popular girl in class. Oh, smart, beautiful, athletic. Basically completely out of my league. So having her smile at me so genuinely feels a little... Why they kinda... Sorry. I'm real cringe. You too, Monica. Come sit down, Lupe. We made room for you at the table so you can sit next to me or Monica. I'll get the cupcakes. Hey, I made them. I'll get them. Sorry, I was a little too excited. Then how about I make some tea as well? The girls have a few desks arranged to form a table. And Sayori mentioned it's been widened so that there is one space next to Monica and one space next to Sayori. Natsuki and Yuri walk over to the corner of the room where Natsuki grabs a wrapped tray and Yuri opens the closet. Still feeling awkward, I take a seat next to Sayori. Natsuki proudly marches back to the table, tray in hand. Okay, are you ready? Ta-da! Whoa! Natsuki lifts the foil off the tray and reveals a dozen white fluffy cupcakes decorated to look like little cats. That's really cute! They're little cats! Cats. The whiskers are drawn with icing. The little pieces of chocolates were used to make ears. Cute. So cute! I had no idea you were so good at baking, Natsuki. Well, you know. Just hurry and take one. Sayori grabs one first, then Monica. I follow. It's delicious! Sayori talks with her mouth full. Oh. It's delicious! Sayori talks with her mouth full and has already managed to get icing on her face. I turn the cupcake around in my fingers, looking for the best angle to take a bite. Natsuki is quiet. I can't help but notice her sneaking glances in my direction. Is she waiting for me to take a bite? I finally bite down. The icing is sweet and full of flavor. I wonder if she made it herself. This is really good. Thank you, Natsuki. Why are you thanking me? It's not like I... Haven't I heard this somewhere before? Have I heard this somewhere before? Made them for you or anything? Have I heard this before? Where would I have heard it from before? I thought technically did. I thought you technically did. You already said. Well, maybe. But not for, you, dummy. Damn, okay. Alright. I give up on Natsuki's weird logic and dismiss the conversation. Yuri returns to the table carrying a tea set. Oh, no, Yuri returns to the table carrying a tea set. She carefully places a teacup in front of each of us before setting down the teapot next to the cupcake tray. Okay, also, I had a preference before I started playing this game. I'm dyslexic, so like if I'm reading and I like switch things or like they're not actual words, that's why. Sorry. Anyways, you keep a whole tea set in the classroom? Don't worry, the teacher gave us permission. After all, doesn't a hot cup of tea help you enjoy a good book? I guess. Don't let yourself get intimidated. Yuri's just trying to impress you. That's not... Insulted, Yuri looks away. I meant that, I believe you. Well, tea and reading might not be a pastime of mine, but at least I enjoy tea. I'm glad. Yuri faintly smiles to herself in relief. Monica raises an eyebrow, then smiles at me. Because is she matchmaking right now? And she's like, ooh, they gonna be a couple? Like, is that what's happening? So, what make you consider the literature club? Well... I was afraid of this question. Sorry. Something tells me I shouldn't tell Monica that I was particularly dragged here by Sayori. Well, I haven't joined any clubs yet, and Sayori seemed to really happy here, so... That's okay. Don't be embarrassed. We'll make sure you feel right at home, okay? As president of Literature Club, it's my duty to make the club fun and exciting for everyone. Monica, I'm surprised. How come you decided to start your own club? You could probably be a board member of any of the major clubs. Weren't you a leader of the debate club last year? Well, To be honest, I can't stand all the politics around the major clubs. It feels like nothing but arguing about the budget and publicity and how to prepare for events. I'd much rather take something I personally enjoy and make something special out of it. And if I encourage others to get into literature, then I'm fulfilling that dream. Monica really is a good leader. Yuri also nods in agreement. Then I'm surprised there aren't more people in the club yet. I must be hard to start a new club. You could put it that way. Not many people are very interested in putting out all the effort to start something brand new. Especially when something that doesn't grab your attention, like literature. You have to work hard to convince people that you're both fun and worthwhile. But it makes school events like the festival that much more important. I'm confident that we can really grow our club before we graduate. Right, everyone? Yeah! Well, we'll do our best. You know it! Everyone enthusiastically agrees. Such different girls, all interested in the same goal. Monica must have worked really hard just to find these three. Maybe that's why they were all so delighted by the idea of a few members joining. Though I still think... Though I still don't really know if I can keep up with their level of enthusiasm about literature. So, Lupe, what kind of things do you like to read? Considering how little I've read these past few years, I don't really have a good way of answering that. Manga. I muttered quietly to myself, half jokingly. Natsuki suddenly perked up. Natsuki's head suddenly perked up. It looks like he wants to say something but keeps quiet. Not much of a reader, are you, I guess? Well, that can change. What am I saying? I spoke without thinking after seeing Yuri's sad smile. Anyways, what about you, Yuri? Well, let's see. Yuri traces the... Oh! What happened? I accidentally left-clicked. I don't know what happened. Okay, there it is. Yuri traces the rim of her teacup with her fingers. My favorite are usually novels that build deep and complex fantasy worlds. The level of creativity and craftsmanship behind them is amazing to me. And telling a good story in such a foreign world is equally impressive. Yuri goes on, clearly passionate about her reading. It seems she reserved and timid since the moment I walked in, but is oblivious by... Wait, what? Sorry. Okay. She seemed to so reserved and timid since the moment I walked in, but it's obvious by the way her eyes light up that she finds her comfort in the world of books, not people. But, you know, I like a lot of things. Stories with deep psychological elements usually immerse me as well. Isn't it amazing how a writer can so deliberately take advantage of your own lack of imagination to completely throw you for a loop? Anyways, I've been reading a lot of horror lately. I read a horror book once. I definitely grasped something I can relate to at a minimal level. At this rate, Yuri might as well be having a conversation with a rock. Oh no, we're a rock! God damn it! We can add nothing! Really? I wouldn't have expected that, Yuri. For someone as gentle as you. I guess you could say that, but if a story makes me think, or it takes me to another world, then I really can't put it down. Surreal horror is often very successful at changing the way you look at the world, if only for a brief moment. Ugh, I hate horror. Oh, why's that? Well, Misaki's eyes dart over to me for a split second. Never mind. Why would they dart to me? I didn't do jack shit. What the hell? That's right, Monica. You usually like to write about cute things, don't you, Natsuki? What? What gives you that idea? You left a piece of scrap paper behind the last club meeting. I looked like you were working on a poem called Don't Say It Out Loud! And give it back! Fine. Your cupcakes, your poems. Everything you do is just so cute as you are. Suri sidles up behind Natsuki and puts her hands over on her shoulders. I'm not cute! Natsuki, you write your own poems? Well, I guess sometimes. Why do you care? I think that's impressive. Why don't you share them sometime? No. Natsuki averts her eyes. You wouldn't like them. Not very confident writer yet. I understand how Natsuki feels. Sharing that level of writing takes more than just confidence. The truest form of writing is writing to oneself. And you must be willing to open up to your readers, exposing your vulnerabilities and showing them even the deepest reaches of your heart. Do you have writing experience too, Yuri? Maybe if you share some of your work, you can set an example and help Natsuki feel comfortable enough to share hers. Oh, Yuri does not look excited about that possibility. I guess it's the same for Yuri. Oh, I wanted to read everyone's poems. We all sit in silence for a moment. Okay, I have an idea, everyone. ... Question mark? Natsuki and Yuri look quizzically at Monika. Let's all go home and write a poem of our own. Then next time we meet, we'll all share them with each other. That way, everyone is even. Yuri, ooh, I don't know how they feel about this suggestion either. Yeah, let's do it! Plus, now that we have a new member, I think it will help us all get a little more comfortable with each other and straighten the bond of our club. Isn't that right, Lupe? Monika smiles warmly at me once again. I wonder how I feel about that. Oh, fuck. Wait, no, back. Return. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Monika says warmly at me once again. Hold on, there's still one problem. Eh? What's that? Now that we're back to the original topic of me joining the club, I bluntly come forth with what's been on my mind this entire time. I never said I would join this club. Shiori may have convinced me to stop by, but I never made any decisions. I still have other clubs to look at, and I lose my train of thought. Ooh, they do not look happy at me. Oh no, they definitely did not look happy at me. Okay. All four girls stare back at me with dejected eyes. Yeah, they're not happy. But I'm sorry. I thought, Lupe, you all, I'm defensiveness against these girls. How am I supposed to make a clear-headed decision when it's like this? That is, if writing poems is the price that I need to pay in order to spend every day with these beautiful girls, oh god, I'm thinking with my penis. Right. Okay, I've decided then. I'll join the literature club. God damn it! I am a teenager that just wants a girlfriend, apparently. One by one, the girls' eyes light up. Oh. Also, they have very distinct eyes. Sorry. Okay, they have very distinct eyes. Yes, I'm so happy. Shiori wraps her arms around me, jumping up and down. Hey! You really did scare me for a moment. If you really just came here for cupcakes, I would be super pissed. Then that makes it official. Welcome to the literature club. Thanks, I guess. Okay, everyone. I think with that, we can officially end today's meeting on a good note. Everyone remember tonight's assignments. Write a poem to bring for next meeting so we can all share. Monika looks over at me once more. Lupe, I look forward to seeing how you express yourself. Yeah. Oh my god, am I gonna end up with Monika? Can I really impress the class star Monika with my mediocre writing skills? Ooh, yeah, I just want to impress Monika. Damn. I already feel the anxiety welling up inside me. Meanwhile, the girls could continue to chit-chat as Yuri and Natsuki clean up their food. Hey, Lupe, since you're already here, do you want to walk home together? That's right, Shiori and I never walk home together anymore because she always stayed after school for club. Sure, might as well. Yay! Cool, we're walking. With that, the two of us depart the club room and make our way home. The whole way, my mind wanders back and forth between the 4 girls. Shiori, Natsuki, Yuri, and of course, Monica. Will I really be happy spending every day after school in a literature club? Perhaps I'll have a chance to grow closer to one of these girls? Which one do I want to grow closer to, though, is the question. Alright, I'll just need to make the most of my circumstances, and I'm sure good fortune will find me. Ooh. And I guess that's the start with writing a poem tonight. Ooh. Oh, it's time to write a poem. Pick words that you think your favorite club member will like. Something good might happen with whoever likes your poem the most. Well, shit. Okay. This is a lot of pressure, but also real quick, I gotta go pee. I gotta go to the bathroom. So I'm gonna put it real quick on Be Right Back. Yes, this is J-Hope of BTS sucking down fucking alcohol, and you get to watch his ass while I go to the bathroom. I will be right back. Hold on. Hello, I am back. I also got a lovely insurer. Because, once again, your bitch is still going through an eating disorder, so these are literally keeping me alive right now, so. Once again, insurer, if you want to sponsor me, cool, but also literally this is the only good flavor. The rest of them taste like ass. Anyways, let's get back into this shit. So I have to make a poem? Like, do I have to physically write out a poem? Is that what's, like, the objective now? Oh, wait, hold on, chat. There's chat, so I can see everything. I can see if I drop any frames. Okay, cool. Love that for me. Okay. Oh. Some of these are kind of like, okay, hope agonizing, charm, imagination, playground, music, pleasure, sadness, swimsuit, tears. Oh, 1 of 20. Oh, shit. So there's like... Let's go with imagination. Imagination. Okay. They do not look happy. I didn't even look down here to see if they were happy to begin with, but they don't look happy. Okay. Marshmallow, crimson. Oh, now they don't look happy. They look sad. Wait, what's happening with these little corner characters? Why do you look so sad? You just look angry. Suri looks so happy. Look at her. Look at the cute little bow. Why is she so cute? Anyways, okay. Marshmallow, crimson, prayer, vivid, ribbon, cheeks, cute, uncanny, philosophy, defeat. Okay, so we started with imagination. I think philosophy is a good word here. I'm gonna go with philosophy. Oh, shit. Okay, so that was another one for Yuri. Okay. Unrestrained? Unrestrained? Right? That's that word. Okay. Infinite landscape journey. Nightgown? Unstable. Fluffy. Daydream. Fear. Sticky. I want to do daydream. I like the word daydream. Oh, yeah. No, I have to go all throughout all 20. Oh, shit. Okay. Speed run. Whistle. Loud. Frightening. Fickle. Flee. Dazzle. Anime. Milk. Universe. Rain cloud. Anime. Hey. Okay. I like anime. So, warm. Summer. Puppy. Graveyard. Sweet. Shame. Existence. Intellectual. Depression. Variance. I don't know what that word is, but depression, because I got that shit. Wait. I pressed depression and Shiori jumped. Is Shiori depressed? Is she the character that's depressed in this? No, I don't want them to be depressed. Oh no. Wait, that's kind of, no, sad. Heart suicide. Clumsy death. Dream unrequired. Heaven sent. Headphones disarray candy. What the fuck is happening here? Let's do unrequired. Oh. That also makes Yuri happy. Okay. Jump, captive, breathe, unending, fun, pure, papa, treasure, games, covets. Covets? Covets. I don't know what that means. Games. Determination, empty, sensation, whisper, disorderant, cloud, silly, pain, lipstick, mouse. Wait, I just realized also Monica is not down here. It's just these three. Let's do determination. Hey, determination! We are determined to not die. I think everyone just dies in this game, right? It has to be. Because it talks about suicide. So I'm guessing either all or one dies. So, passion, hair, analysis, melody, entropy, excitement, engulfment, email, meager, incapable, excitement. Climax, uncontrollable, massacre, family, extreme, starscape, rainbow, fantasy, together, infallible. I like rainbows. Waterfall, joy, inferno, blanket, alone, dark, flying, incongruent, peace, forgive. Let's do forgive. Boop, scars, bed, insight, ambient, special, extraordinary, sunny, destiny, friends. Let's do ambient. Shiny, hopeless, strawberry, advent, literature. Fireworks, spinning, memory, cry, horror, kawaii, cute. I like strawberries. I love strawberries. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. I love strawberry. I love strawberries. I just think they look cute. I like strawberries in the sense of like strawberry milk. I like strawberry flavoring of things. I love strawberry ice cream. Like, I like strawberries. So that makes sense for me. Okay, so nature, cheer, marriage, vitality, happiness, romance, laugh, promise, chocolate, atone. What does atone mean? I'm gonna say romance. We in here for some romance. Flower, amazing, vibrant, wonderful, party, eternity. Parfait, wrath, peaceful essence. What would wrath? Oh shit, okay, cool. Bouncy, socks, hop, melancholy, feather, jumpy, kitty. I just want to do kitty. Sorry. Play, firefly, shop, ocean, heartbeat, bunny, time, beauty, awesome, smile. I want to pick bunny just for JK. Sorry. Love, sunset, after image, skippy, anxiety, childhood, misery, disown, vanilla, secretive. What if I press misery? Why are you jumping? Lucky, raindrops, proof, calm, bubbles, questions, tragedy, aura, embrace, judgment. Embrace. Despise, desire, sprinkle, nibble, anger, giggle, electricity, Valentine. Valentine, grief, Valentine. Hi, Lupe. Glad to see you didn't run away on us. Now, don't worry. Oh wait, no, don't worry. This might be a little strange for me, but at least I keep my word. Well, I'm back at the literature club. I was the last to come in, so everyone else is already hanging out. Thanks for keeping your promise, Lupe. I hope this isn't too overwhelming of a commitment for you. Making you dive headfirst into literature when you're not accustomed to it. Oh, come on! Like he deserves any slack. Sayori told me you didn't even want to join any clubs this year. And last year, too. I don't know if you plan to just come here to hang out or what. But if you don't take us seriously, then you won't see the end of it. You won't see the end of it. Natsuki, you certainly have a big mouth for someone who keeps her manga collection in the club room. Natsuki finds herself stuck between saying Monica and manga. Manga is literature! I agree, I read a lot of manga. Swiftly defeated, Natsuki plops back into her seat. Don't worry, guys! Lupe always gives his best, as long as he's having fun. He helps me with busy work sometimes without me even asking. Like cooking, cleaning my room. How dependable. Sayori, that's because your room is so messy. It's distracting. And you almost set your house on fire once. Is that so? You two are really good friends, aren't you? I might be a little jealous. Already? Jealousy already? Ooh, Yuri, we've known each other for 2 days. Like, let's not. How come you and Lupe can become good friends too? Sayori? I don't think he's looking for friendship. I think he's looking to be wiped up. As usual, Sayori seems oblivious to the world's weird situation he just put me into. Oh, Yuri even brought you something today, you know. What did Yuri bring me? Oh, they look anxious. Wait, Yuri! Me? Not really. Don't be shy. It's really nothing. What is it? Never mind. Yuri made it sound like a big deal when it's really not. What do I do? I'm sorry, Yuri. I wasn't thinking. I guess that means it's up to me to rescue the situation. Hey, don't worry about it. First of all, I wasn't expecting anything in the first place. So any nice gesture from you is a pleasant surprise. It'll make me happy no matter what. Is that so? Yeah, I wouldn't make a big deal if you don't want it to be. Alright. Well, here. Yuri reaches into her bag and pulls out a book. I didn't want you to feel left out, so I picked out a book that I thought you might enjoy. It's a short read, so it should keep your attention even if you don't usually read. And we could, discuss it if you want. This is... How is this girl accidentally being so cute? Once again, I am thinking with my penis. That's what's happening. This is just penis talk. He even picked out a book he thinks I'll like, despite me not reading much? Yuri, thank you. I'll definitely read this. I enthusiastically take the book. Phew. Well, you can read it at your own pace. I look forward to hearing what you think. Now that everyone's settled in, I expect Monica to kick off some scheduled activities of the club. But that doesn't seem the case. Yuri and Monica are having a curious conversation in the corridor. Your face is already buried in a book. I can't help but notice her intense expression, like she was waiting for this chance. Meanwhile, Natsuki is rummaging around in the closet. Do I go to the closet? Man, it looks like no one wants to be bothered today. I slumped down into the nearest desk. How am I supposed to occupy myself with something literature related by myself like this? I guess I could always read some of the book Yuri gave me, but I'm feeling a little too tired to read. I could probably fall asleep right now. I close my eyes and end up listening in on Yuri's conversation with Monica. We're probably gonna seem really lame compared to all the other clubs though. Well, we can't give up. The festivals are our chance to show everyone what literature is all about. The problem is that the idea of a literature club sounds too dense and intellectual, but it's not like that at all, We just need a way of showing that to everyone else. Something that sparks to their creative minds. That doesn't solve the problem though. What do you mean? Even if we come up with the most fun thing ever, nobody will come in the first place if it's a literature event. So it's more important to figure out how to get people to show up in the first place, And after they come, we could do the thing we speak to their creative minds. What's this? Yuri is taking this really seriously. It's rare to hear her deliberating like this. That's a good point. In that case, do you think food will do the trick? What kind? Well, I guess we could. Cupcakes! Good thinking. Natsuki would love to do that. You're right. Natsuki makes the best cupcakes. That works out perfectly. That wasn't why you suggested it. Cupcakes speak to my creative tummy. Cupcakes it is then. Jeez. I'm hungry. Anyways, we still need to work out the details of this event itself. I find myself smiling. In the end, Sayori is still her usual self, but therein lies the unexpected reason I admire her. Unlike me, who has trouble finding any motivation at all, Sayori can put her mind to things and make them come to life. I suppose that's why I end up letting her get on my case about things. I can't help but wonder what it would be like to see the world through her eyes. Whoa! I open my eyes and find Sayori's face filling my vision. I nearly fall out of my chair. Sorry. Wait. Actually, I'm not sorry at all. It's your fault for sleeping like that. This isn't a napping club. Does our school have a napping club? You're staying up too late again, aren't you? Now that you're in the club, you're gonna have to less time for anime, you know. And you'll need to get used to it. Don't say that so loud. I glance over my shoulder to see if Monica overheard. It's true though. Yeah, I know. You're always looking out for me, Sayori. It's what I do best. That's the problem. What about you? You look out for me better than you look out for yourself. You're still oversleeping every day, aren't you? Not every day. That's not very convincing. How many days this week have you gotten up on time? It's a secret. I knew it. Come on, at least give me the benefit of the doubt. I can't even do that. Look, Sayori, it's written all over your face. Huh? Sayori glances around herself. How is it written all over me? Oh, all over me, not over my face. Jesus Lord. Okay. You were clearly in a rush this morning. Look at your hair sticking out all around here. I run my fingertips down the side of Sayori's hair trying to straighten it out. Sayori's gonna take that in a romantic way. Man, you really need to brush this. My hair is just really hard to get right. I won't fall for that. There's more than just your hair. Look at your bow, it isn't straight either. And there's a toothpaste stain on your collar right there. Is there? I can't tell. Maybe it's that side, maybe? I don't know. I try to wipe off the stain with my fingers. But nobody would ever notice that. Of course they would. Nobody's gonna tell you about it because they don't want to embarrass you. Fortunately, I really don't care about that. Hey, you meanie! And you don't even keep your blazer button up. Seriously, Sayori? Oh, sorry, itchy ear. Okay. Seriously, Sayori? Why do you think you don't have a boyfriend yet? Ooh, why did we say that? That's fucked up. That's super mean. Sorry, but you'll thank me later. No, we will not. We're being harsh right now. I started to button her blazer from the bottom. Once you see how much better it looks, you'll change your mind. This angle right now. Okay. This is so funny. What is? Well, I was just thinking how weird it is to have a friend who does these kinds of things for me. Don't say that. You'll make me feel weird about it, stupid. It's okay though. I'm happy we're like this. Aren't you? I guess. Hey, be careful. The buttons might come off. Why is this one so hard to close? I struggle to fully close the button near her chest. Does this thing even fit you properly? It did when I bought it. If you ever buttoned it, you would have noticed sooner that it doesn't fit you anymore. What are you smiling about? It means my boobs got bigger again. Jesus Lord, don't say that out loud. Anyway, you look much better now, so... Why does it feel strange to see Shiori's blazer button up like that? But it's so stuffy. Oh, it's not worth it at all. Shiori hastily unbuttons her blazer once more. Phew, that's so much better. Shiori puts her arms out and twirls around. So, if I keep it unbuttoned, then I won't get a boyfriend, right? What kind of logic is that? And why are you saying it like that it's a good thing? Because if I had a boyfriend, then he wouldn't even let you do things like that. And you take care of me better than anyone else would anyways. So that's why I'm keeping it unbuttoned. Stop saying all these embarrassing things. Eh? I didn't say anything embarrassing. Jeez. Well, anyways, just focus on trying to wake up a little earlier. Only if you focus on going to bed earlier. Fine. It's a deal. I guess we really are better at taking care of each other than we are taking care of ourselves. Yeah, I guess so. So, maybe you should come wake me up in the morning. You're doing it again, Shiori. Oh, but I was joking that time. Man, it's possible to tell with you sometimes. Okay, everyone. Monica suddenly calls out, why don't we share the poems we wrote now? Yay! Lupe, I can't wait to read yours. Yeah, same. I failed to sound enthusiastic about Shiori still trots away to retrieve her poem. Okay. By the way, did you remember to write a poem last night? I guess so. Yeah? My relaxation ends. I can't believe I agreed to do something so embarrassing. I couldn't really find much inspiration since I've never really done this before. Well, now that everyone's ready, why don't you find someone to share with? I can't wait! Shiori and Monica enthusiastically pull out their poems. Shiori is on a wrinkled sheet of loosely torn from a spiral notebook. On the other hand, Monica wrote hers in a composition notebook. I can already see Monica's pristine handwriting from where I sit. Natsuki and Yuri reluctantly comply as well, reaching into their bags. I do the same myself. Oh, who should I show my poem to first? Ooh. Okay, so I feel like this is like a trick. Like, the person I show to first, I feel like it's gonna cause drama. So, I'm trying to figure out if I want to show it to Monica first, because she is the leader, so I'm trying to oppress her. Or if I should show it to someone who's gonna be a little bit more nicer to me, like Yuri. Who's gonna be like, oh, it was like a good attempt, or something along those lines. No. But Shiori is my good friend. Natsuki, I already know, is probably gonna rag on me. I think I want to show Yuri. Yuri seems the most experienced, so I should start with her. I could trust her opinion, to be fair. ... Yuri stares at the poem. A minute passes, more than enough time for her to finish reading. Oh, sorry. I forgot to start speaking. It's fine. Don't force yourself. Oh, it's fine. Don't force yourself. I'm not. I just need to put my thoughts into words. Hold on. Okay. This is your first time writing a poem, right? Yeah? Why do you ask? I'm just making sure I guessed that it might be after reading through it. So it's that bad. No! Did I raise my voice? I'm sorry. Yuri buries her face in her hands. I couldn't help but notice that it's been several minutes and we really haven't gotten anywhere. I might take Yuri a while to get used to new people. It's fine. I really didn't notice. What were you saying? Right. It's just that there are specific writing habits that are usually typical of new writers. And having been through that myself, I kind of learned to pick up on them. I think the most noticeable thing I recognize in new writers is that they try to make their style very deliberate. In other words, they tend to pick a writing style separate from the topic matter, and they fit the two together. The end result is both the style and the expression are weakened. Once Yuri finds her train of thought, it's as if her demeanor totally changes. Her stammering is completely gone, and she sounds like an expert. Of course, that's not something we can be blamed for. There are so many different skills and techniques that go into writing even a simple poem. Not just finding them and building them, but getting them to work together is probably the most challenging part. It might take some time, but it all comes with practice and learning by example and trying new things. I also hope that everyone else in the club gives you vulnerable feedback. Natsuki can be a little bit biased, though. Biased how? Well, never mind. I shouldn't be talking about people like that. Sorry. It's fine. I'm not sure if Yuri is apologizing to yourself, to me, or to Natsuki. Do you mind if I read your poem now? Please do. I'd love to share my thought process behind it. Yuri smiles dreamily as if it's a rare opportunity for her, which itself is kind of funny. After all, isn't this supposed to be the literature club? Oh. Ghosts under the lights. The trendles of my hair illuminate beneath the amber glow. Bathing. I must be this one, the last remaining streetlight to have withstood the test of time. The lost get to be replaced by the sickening blue-green hue of the future. I bathe calm breathing air of the pleasant but living in the past. The light flickers. I flicker back. Oh. I'm sorry I have such terrible handwriting. What? I wasn't thinking that at all, but it took you a long time to read. Well, I just don't read script very often. I actually think your handwriting is pretty. That's a relief. Also, I liked the poem. Even though it's short, it was really descriptive. It wasn't too short? I usually write longer poems. Not at all. I'm really glad you liked it. I'll be honest, since it's our first time sharing, I wanted to write something a little more mild. Something easy to guess, I suppose. Are you into ghosts, Yuri? Actually, the story isn't about a ghost at all, Lupe. Really? I must have totally missed the point. Well, I suppose you did only glance it over after all. But remember, the poets often express their own thoughts, feelings, experience in their work. They usually do it more than tell a simple story or paint a picture. In this case, perhaps the subject of the poem is the only being symbolically compared to a ghost, lingering in her last remaining place of comfort, unable to let go of the past. And soon, we'll be left with nothing. That's a lot more solemn putting it that way. I hadn't even thought of that. That's impressive. It's nothing, really. Well, it makes me happy that you think that. Just remember that it won't be long before you pick up on these things too. Yeah, maybe you're right. I guess I'll have to keep trying. I'm counting on you. Cute. Okay, cool. So, they liked my poem. Okay. I feel like at some point... I feel like Monica should be next? I don't know. I don't know who I should pick next to read switch poems with. But I technically have to go through all of them, right? Let's go with Yuri. Dot, dot, dot. Oh my goodness. This is so good, Lupe. I love it. I had no idea you were such a good writer. Siori, you must be seriously overreacting. I'm not a good writer at all. I honestly have no idea what I'm doing. Well, maybe that's why. Because I have no idea what I like either. Jeez. Yuri's opinion was way more constructive than this. Maybe even Natsuki's. Are you serious you don't like it just because I wrote it? Well, I'm sure that's part of it. I think I understand you better than a lot of other people, you know? So, when I read your poems, it's not just a poem. It's a Lupe poem. And that makes it feel extra special. Like I can feel your feelings in it. Siori hugs the sheet against her chest. You're so wild, Siori. I'm really happy just that you wrote one. It just reminds me of how you're really a good part of the club now. Not to mention that the fact that I'm standing in front of you in the club room. Well, of course. I'm not really into it yet, but that doesn't mean I'll break your promise. See? It's like I said before, Lupe. Deep down, you're not selfish at all, you know? Trying new things like this for other people, that's something that only really good people do. Thanks, Yuri. I'm not sure if Yuri seems a full picture of my motive here. Then again, I can't deny that she's part of the reason I joined, knowing how much it means to her and all. Yeah, and I'm going to make sure you have lots of fun here, okay? That will be my way of thanking you. Alright, I'm going to hold you to that then. Yay! Now you read my poem too, right? Don't worry, it's really bad. I'm really bad at this. We'll see about that. Oh, different handwriting. Dear sunshine, the way you glow through my blinds in the morning, it makes me feel like you missed me. Kissing my forehead to keep me out of bed, making me rub the sleep from my eyes. Are you asking me to come out and play? Are you trusting me to wish away a rainy day? I look above, the sky is blue. It's a secret, but I can trust you too. If it wasn't for you, I could sleep forever, but I am not mad. I want breakfast. What? If it wasn't for you, I could sleep forever, but I'm not mad. I want breakfast. The last little bit is like throwing me for a loop right now. Siori. This is just a guess, but did you wait until this morning to write this? No. Just a little bit. You can't answer just a little bit to a yes or no question. I forgot to do it last night. Well, at least it makes me feel a little better about, at least that makes me feel a little better about myself. Don't be mean. I still tried my best. Yeah. I didn't mean to say that it was a bad poem. It came out nice, or how should I put it? It sounds just like you. Really? Yeah. Especially that last line. I made eggs and toast. Even though you were late to school? It's bad to skip breakfast. I get all cranky. Well, I guess there's no point in arguing. Anyways, thanks for showing me. That was so much fun. Monica's the best. Yeah. But next time I won't forget. And I'm gonna write the best poem ever. Well, I guess I look forward to it. Okay. I think Monica should be last, though. I got gassed up. All these people were like, it's good. You had a good poem. We liked it. Now to get knocked out a peg by this bitch. Let's go. Question mark? Well, it's about what I expected from someone like you. Knew it. That's a little blunt. Well, excuse me. It's not like I said it was bad. It's just didn't invoke my emotions. So basically, it's not cute enough for your taste. Do you want to get smacked? I'll pass. Well, anyways, I guess I need to show you mine. Not that you like it. Eagles can fly, monkeys can climb, crickets can leap, horses can race, owls can seek, cheetahs can run, eagles can fly, people can try, but that's about it. Monkeys can climb, crickets can leap, horses can race, owls can seek, cheetahs can run, eagles can fly, people can try, but that's about it. Yeah? I told you that you weren't gonna like it. I liked it. What? Just be honest. I am. Why are you so convinced that I wouldn't like it? Well, because everyone in high school thinks that writing has to be all sophisticated and stuff. So people don't take my writing seriously. But isn't the people of the poem for people to express... but isn't the point of a poem is for people to express themselves? Your writing style wouldn't make your message any more vivid. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I burped and blew it away because of my gentleman. Sorry. Yes, exactly. I like when it's easy to read, but it hits you hard. Like in this poem, seeing everyone around you get things can be really disheartening. So I decided to write about it. Yeah, I understand. But the other nice thing about the simple writing is that it puts more weight on the wordplay. Like I set up for rhymes and end, but then made it fall flat on purpose. It helps me bring the feeling in the last line. So you did. I guess more went into that than I realized. That's what I mean to be a pro. I'm glad you're learning something. Didn't expect that from the youngest one here, did you? Yeah, I guess so. I decided to humor her with the last comment. I don't really care how old everyone is, but if Natsuki is feeling proud, then I won't take that away from her. Oh, there's only one last person left. Monica. Sorry, dance break. Hi, Lupe. Having a good time so far? Yeah. Good. Glad to hear it. By the way, since you're new and everything, if you ever have any suggestions for the club, like new activities or things that we can do together, I'm always listening. But don't be afraid to bring things up, okay? Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Of course, I'll be afraid to bring things up. I'm much better off just going with the flow until I'm more settled in. Anyway, want to share your poem with me? It's kind of embarrassing, but I guess I have to. Don't worry, Lupe. We're all a little embarrassed today, you know. But it's that sort of barrier that we'll all learn to get past soon. Yeah, that's right. That's true. I harmonica my poem. I like this one. It makes me think of something Shiori would like. Is that so? You and Shiori are really good friends, right? I wouldn't be surprised if you had those sort of things in common. Well... We may be good friends, but Shiori and I are actually really different. Well, that may be the case. But maybe there are also some similarities that you wouldn't expect. The way he looks about you, it sounds like you two really care about each other's well-being. Even if you show in different ways, it ends up being the similar than you think. So I think that's the kind of vibe I get when reading your poem. You seem... You sure you're not reading into too much? I could be. Oh gosh, I sound like Yuri. But in any case, Yuri's writing has kind of a gentle feel to it. I could tell that he likes exploring her emotions like happiness or sadness. Who knows that someone who's happy could enjoy sad things too? Yeah, that's totally unexpected. Well, to each their own. Anyways, you should be afraid to experiment a little bit either. I'm sure I'll end up trying things a lot. It could be a while before I feel comfortable doing this. That's okay. I'd love to see you try new things. That's the best way to find the kind of style that suits you. Everyone else might be a little bit biased towards their own kinds of styles, but I'll always help to find the suit you the most. So don't force yourself to write the way everyone else wants you to write. It's not like you have to worry about impressing them or anything. Anyways, do you want to read my poem now? Don't worry, I'm not very good. All of them are like doubting themselves, saying they're not good. You're probably good. You sound pretty confident for someone who claims to not be very good. Well, that's because I have to sound confident. That doesn't mean I always feel the way, you know. I see. Well, let's read it then. Oh, this is longer. Hole in wall. It couldn't have been me. See the direction the spackle protrudes? A nosy nader? An angry boyfriend? I'll never know. I wasn't home. I peer inside for a clue. No, I can't see. I reel blind, like a film left out in the sun. But it's too late. My retinas already scored the permanent copy of the meaningless image. It's just a little hole. It wasn't too bright. It was too deep. Searching forever into every day a hole of infinite choices, realizing now that I wasn't looking in, I was looking out. And he, on the other side, was looking in. Who was looking in? What? That's a very weird poem. So, what do you think? It's very freeform. That's what you call it. Sorry, I'm not really the right person to ask for feedback. It's okay. Yeah, that kind of style has gotten pretty popular nowadays. That is, a lot of poems have been putting emphasis on timing between words and lines. When performed out loud, it can be really powerful. What was the inspiration behind this one? Well, I'm not sure if I know how to put it. I guess you could say that I had some kind of epiphany recently. It's been influencing my poems a bit. An epiphany? Yeah, something like that. I'm kind of nervous to talk about deep stuff like that because it's kind of coming on strongly. Maybe after everyone is better friends with each other. Anyways, Here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes when you write a poem or a story, your brain gets too fixated on a specific point. If you try so hard to make it perfect, then you'll never make any progress. Just force yourself to get something down on the paper and tidy it up later. Another way to think about this. If you keep your pen in the same spot for too long, you'll just get a big dark puddle of ink. So just move your hand to go with the flow. That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. Phew. I guess that's everyone. I glanced around the room and that was a little more stressful than I anticipated. And as if everyone is judging me for my mediocre writing abilities, even if they're just being nice, there's no way my poems can stand up to theirs. This is a literature club after all. I sigh. I guess that's what I end up getting myself into. Across the room, Yuri and Monica are happily chatting. My eyes land on Yuri and Nasuki. They gingerly exchange sheets of paper, sharing their prospective poems. As they read in tandem, I watch each of their expressions change. Nasuki's eyebrows furrow in frustration. Meanwhile, Yuri smiles sadly. What's with this language? Eh? Did you say something? Oh, it's nothing. Natsuki dismissively returns to the poem at the desk with one hand. Guess you could say it's fancy. Thanks. Yours is cute. Cute? Did you completely miss the symbolism or something? It's clear about the feelings of giving up. How could that be cute? I know that. It's just meant the language, I guess. I was trying to say something nice. You mean you have to try that hard to come up with something nice to say? Thanks, but I really didn't come out nice at all. Well, I do have a couple suggestions. If I was looking for suggestions, I would have just asked someone who actually liked it. Which people did, by the way. Yuri, I liked it. Did I do it again? Where's the cap? Oh my god. I literally almost shook up this insurer without the cap being on. And Lupe did too. So based on that, I gladly give you some suggestions of your own. First of all, excuse me, I appreciate the offer, but I've spent a long time establishing my writing style. I don't expect it to change anytime soon unless, of course, I come across something particularly inspiring, which I haven't yet. And Lupe liked my poem too, you know. He even told me that it was impressed by it. Natsuki suddenly stands up. Oh? I didn't realize you were so invested in trying to impress our new member, Yuri. That's not what you're just... Yuri stands up as well. Maybe you're just jealous that Lupe appreciates my advice more than he appreciates yours. Huh? And how do you know he didn't appreciate my advice more? Are you full of yourself? No. If I was full of myself, I would deliberately go out of my way to make everything I do overly cutesy. Is everyone okay? Well, you know what? I wasn't the one whose boobs magically grew a size bigger as soon as Lupe started showing up. Natsuki! Natsuki, that's a little... This doesn't involve you! I don't like fighting, guys. Suddenly, both girls turned towards me as if they just noticed I was standing here. Lupe, She's just trying to make me look bad. That's not true. She started it. If she could get over herself and learn to appreciate the simple writing is more effective, then this wouldn't have happened in the first place. What's the point of making your poem all convoluted for no reason? The meaning should jump out to the reader, not force them to have to figure it out. Help me explain that to her, Lupe. Wait, there's a reason we have so many deep and expressive words in our language. That it's the only way to convey complex feelings and meanings the most efficiently. Avoiding them is not only unnecessarily limiting yourself, it's also a waste. You understand that, right, Lupe? How did I get dragged into this in the first place? It's not like I know anything about writing, but whoever I agree with, they'll probably think more highly of me. Help me, Shiori. I don't feel like, I don't think, if I pick someone, I feel like this is gonna end real badly. I'm gonna do this. Natsuki glares at me, drying up any words I had in my mouth. So instead, I turn to Yuri. Yuri? But Yuri's expression is so defensive that I can't bring myself to say anything to her. Shiori! Eh? Yeah. Everyone's fighting is making Shiori uncomfortable. How can the two of you keep fighting when you know you're making your friend feel like this? Lupe. Well, that's her problem. This isn't about her. I agree. It's unfair for others to inject their own feelings into our conflicts. Yeah, unless Shiori wants to tell Yuri what a stuck-up jerk she's being. She would never. It's your immaturity that made her upset in the first place. Excuse me? Are you listening to yourself? This is exactly why nobody likes... Stop. Natsuki, Yuri, you guys are my friends. I just want everyone to get along and be happy. My friends are wonderful people, and I love them because of their differences. Natsuki's poems, they're amazing because they give you so many feelings with just a few words. And Yuri poems are amazing because they paint beautiful pictures in your head. Everyone's so talented. So why are we fighting? Because... well... Also, Natsuki's cute and there's nothing wrong with that. And Yuri's boobs are the same as they always were. Big and beautiful. You know what? Can't be mad that we were talking about this person's boobs. Oh wait, shit. Did my stream end? Wait, what's going on? Live. Wait, what's going on? Hold on, refresh. Play? Am I still live? Play. It stopped. Wait. Why did it stop? Hold on. Ah! Something fell. I don't know what fell, but something fell. I'll pick it up later. Okay. Where's chat? If you are lurking still, can you write something in chat and let me know if you can still see the stream? Because for some reason, it's saying that I'm not live. Oh. Never mind. Am I live? Okay, I'm still live. What the fuck? Why did it stop? Sorry, like, it stopped for some reason on my end, and I had no idea what was going on. Anyways, let's set this up again. Here we go. I do have some dropped frames, so that's, you know, fun for us. Where's chat? There you are, chat. Sweet. And then there's this. Okay. Once again, I love boobs. So, like, this is fun talk for me. Sayori, big and beautiful. ... Sayori. Sayori stands triumphantly. Monica stands behind her with a bewildered expression. I'll make some tea. Yuri rushes off. Natsuki sits down with a blank expression on her face, staring at nothing. So, this is why Sayori is vice president? I whisper to Monica. She nods in return. To be honest, I might come off as a good leader and I can organize things, but I'm not very good with people. I couldn't even bring myself to interject, as why is this doing this right now? Hold on. But I'm still live. It's saying that I'm still live. It just like keeps stopping it for some reason. I might have to end soon. Like actually end, because for some reason it's like just stopping everything on my end. And I don't know if that's stopping for everyone else as well. So that's an issue. It can't be from the drop frames. Because it says excellent connection. It's not dropped anything. So, okay. Yeah, I might have to end soon because for some reason it just keeps disconnecting. Saying like the stream is done. And I don't know why. Anyways. I think this is more of a YouTube problem and not my like OBS or anything problem. God damn it. I really wanted to kind of like get close to the end of this. And I don't think I'm anywhere close to the end. Anyways, let me stack this the way that I like it again. I'm going to get to... there's probably another poem day. I'm going to try to get to the poem and then I'll save. As president, that kind of embarrassing for me. Nah, it's not like I can blame you. I wasn't able to say anything either. Well, I guess that just means Sayori is amazing in her own ways, isn't she? You could say that. Wait, also, I should probably save, just in case. Oh. Return. Okay, cool. Okay. You could say that. She might be an airhead, but sometimes it's weirdly suspicious that she knows exactly... Oh, this is me, sorry. She might be an airhead, but sometimes it's weirdly suspicious that she knows exactly what she's doing. I see. Take good care of her, okay? I would hate to see her get herself hurt. That makes two of us. Why would she get herself hurt? You can count on me. Monica smiles sweetly at me, causing my stomach to knot. Ooh! Such a genuine person really does make a good president, regardless of what she says. If only I could get the chance to talk to her a little more. Okay, everyone. It's just about time for us to leave. How do we all feel about sharing poems? Sayori, it was a lot of fun. Well, I'd say it was worth it. It was alright. Well, mostly. Lupe, how about you? Yeah, I'd say the same. It was a neat thing to talk about with everyone. Awesome. In that case, we'll do the same thing tomorrow. And maybe you'll learn something from my friends too. So your poem will turn out even better. ... Oh god, I think to myself, I did learn a little more about the kinds of poems everyone likes. With any luck, that means I can at least do a better job impressing those I want to impress. I nod to myself with newfound determination. Lupe, ready to walk home? Sure, let's go. Sayori beams at me. It truly has been a while since Sayori and I have spent this much time together. I can't really say I'm not enjoying it either. Shiori? About what happened earlier. What do you mean? You know, between Yuri and Natsuki, does that kind of thing happen often? No. That really is the first time I've seen them fight like that. I promise they're both wonderful people. You don't blame them, do you? No, I don't hate them. I just wanted your opinion, that's all. I can see why they'd make good friends with you. Phew. You know, Lupe, it's nice that I get to spend time with you in the club. In the club! Sorry, oh my god. I'm so sorry, that was real dumb. Sorry. But I think seeing you get along with everyone is what makes me the happiest. And I think everyone really likes you too. That's... every day is going to be so much fun. It looks like Shiori still hasn't caught onto the kind of situation I'm in. Sure, being friends with everyone is nice, but does it really need to stop there? Once again, I'm thinking with my penis. We'll just have to see what the future holds, Shiori. I passed Shiori on the shoulder. I said that more to myself than to her, but it's easy to use Shiori as an internal monologue sometimes. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. Okay, let's save. We're actually gonna do this one. We're gonna overwrite this one. Yes. So we saved. We're saved. Mostly because for some reason, my stream just... I don't know if this is happening to anyone else on YouTube, but like my stream is like ending. But it's not actually ended, and I don't know why. It's stable now, but I'm afraid of it happening again. Holy shit, 10 people. Holy shit, we're at 35. Holding. View my channel. Oh my god. How did we already get 35? Oh my god, I'm crying. Sorry. Okay. Oh shit. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Hold on. Fuck. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Browser. It says 35. We have 35 people that sub to the channel. I'm sorry. I was just so hard stuck at like 7 people for a really long... I was hard stuck on a really small amount of people for a very long time. So the fact that more people just subbed. Like, I'm doing this for fun. I'm not doing this for any kind of money or like anything like that. And like... it's nice that people, even if it's a small amount of people, want to hear me rant and like talk about my eating disorder and talking about bipolar and like talking about like things happening in the world and like the rotten mango reactions and the random games. It's a nice feeling. Oh my god, this means now I have to schedule a 12-hour stream. Sorry, it just made a crazy noise, so I exit out of it. Let me get this music playing. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry I got teary-eyed. Sorry that I'm teary-eyed right now. But like, this is a big thing for me. Once again, I literally just... When was it? Hold on, let me look it up. Cause I talked about it on stream. in a live. I think it's in the title of a live. Okay, that's with the community tab. Okay. Literally 3 weeks ago is when I talked about us hitting the first goal I had, which was literally, I think, what, 15 people? Yeah, I wanted to hit 15 people sub to my channel. And that was 3 weeks ago, and we're already up to 35. And, like, it's crazy. It's crazy. I'm so grateful. Once again, this is not for money. I can't, not getting paid for any of this. And I started doing this, one, because my best friend, EJ, who's a mod in chat, who was actually here earlier, who was talking about, you know, that they don't know the language, but they're from, Ghana and things like that. And, yeah, they're my best friend in the whole world. And they are also a streamer. They stream on Twitch. They're a lot of fun. I love them, and I love their streams. They're comfort streams. But regardless of that, I also started because of the streamer Saikudo, because they went into this with the premise of, I just want to have fun and make friends. And that's kind of what I want as well, is to be here just to kind of make friends. And, like, it's nice. Also, this is probably dropping frames like crazy. It probably looks insane on your end, but I'm happy and grateful. Thank you. Anyways, I'm gonna end it here. That's insanity. That's insanity. Like, literal insanity. My brain is 36? I guess I get to update it to 36 and then pick a new goal? Maybe I'm making the goals too close together. Sorry, I'm saying this as I'm sobbing right now. I gotta edit that. Properties, this is now 36. We were at 36. Jesus fucking Lord. Oh my god. Anyways, I will figure out a new sub goal for the channel, and then a new, like, I guess, like, thing that we'll do for it. I'm still, once again, I'm dyeing my hair after the performance that I'm having this weekend. That's when I'll schedule the dyeing and the cutting of my hair. And I will then also keep you guys updated on when I will do a 12-hour stream. It most likely will have to be, it most likely will have to be a Wednesday or a Thursday, unfortunately. Like, those are the days of the week that I have completely off, nothing else is happening. And also, it will be a charity thing. I'm gonna partner the long stream with a charity, so anyone popping in can, like, donate, and, like, there'll be donation goals for that, where I'll have to do weird things. Like, I don't know, I was thinking about, like, literally borrowing my friend's tiny, like, kiddie pool, and, like, with, like, every goal, like, we'll, like, pop a water balloon over my head. That was one of the things. Or, like, putting random, like, things on my face, like, just doing something silly, doing something fun, but also raising money for a good cause. And I've ranted too much. I gotta get out of here, because I'm gonna keep crying. I wish that my stream wasn't acting fucking weird for me right now, on my end. It, like, and I don't know if it's wacky weird for anyone else, but I will be live again tomorrow. Hopefully by then, whatever fuck is happening right now with the stream, it will be resolved, hopefully. I really wanted to stream a lot longer today, mostly because I can't stream on Friday and or Saturday because of my performance. But either way, goodbye. Thank you for stopping by. I very much appreciate everything and anyone coming through. And like, I got 10 likes on this video while it was live. That's insane as well in itself. Anyways, before I turn into more of a ball of mush, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna go. Goodbye. Have a good rest of your day. I hope you have a good meal. Talk to someone you love. Do a hobby, baby. I will see you all tomorrow. I will be alive tomorrow to finish up Doki Doki Literature Club and then move on into some Coral Island. I will see you all then. And happy Valentine's Day. Tomorrow, go buy the half price chocolate. Have fun. I don't know. Goodbye.